Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Last War's Greatest Creation. In the annals of creation, few questions have haunted the minds of mortals more persistently than the nature of consciousness itself. What spark transforms mere matter into mind? What essence breathes life into the lifeless? In the war-torn continent of Corvair, these philosophical mysteries would find their most extraordinary answer not in divine revelation or scholarly discourse, but in the crucible of desperate necessity. The last war had raged for over a century, consuming generations in its relentless hunger for blood and treasure. The 5 nations, once united under the crown of Galifar, had torn themselves apart with such ferocity that the very concept of victory had become a distant memory. What remained was only the grinding machinery of perpetual conflict, demanding ever more soldiers to feed its insatiable appetite. Across the battlefield-scarred landscape of Corvair, military commanders faced an impossible equation. The war had devoured entire bloodlines, leaving villages populated only by the aged and the very young. Traditional recruitment had long since exhausted the willing and the able, forcing nations to conscript children barely old enough to hold a sword. Still, the war demanded more. Still, the forges of war needed feeding. It was in this crucible of desperation that House Cannith, the dragon-marked house of making and creation, would conceive of something unprecedented in the history of Eberron. If flesh and blood had proven insufficient to the task of warfare, perhaps consciousness itself could be bound to more durable materials. If mortal soldiers were too frail, too finite, perhaps artificial ones could be crafted to endure what no human, elf, or dwarf could survive. The creation forges of House Cannith had long been marvels of magical engineering, capable of producing wonders that blurred the line between magic and mechanism. But what Baron Merrix de Cannith the Elder proposed transcended mere artifice. He spoke not of creating tools or weapons, but of birthing an entirely new form of life. The Warforged project, as it would come to be known, represented nothing less than an attempt to play the role of gods themselves. In the deepest sanctums of Cannith workshops, master artificers worked alongside clerics and scholars to unlock the fundamental secrets of consciousness. They studied the binding of souls to flesh, the animation of the undead, and the ancient mysteries of construct creation. What they sought was not mere animation, but true self-awareness. They wished to create beings that could think, feel, and choose, yet would be bound by an unbreakable loyalty to their creators and their cause. The early experiments were failures of the most spectacular kind. Some produced mindless automatons, no more intelligent than common golems. Others created abominations that possessed intelligence, but lacked any moral restraint, turning upon their creators with savage fury. The workshops of House Cannith became charnel houses, where the boundaries between success and catastrophe were measured in the screams of the dying and the crash of metal upon stone. Yet Baron Merrix persisted, driven by a vision that transcended the immediate needs of war. He saw in the Warforged project the potential for House Cannith to reshape the very nature of existence itself. If consciousness could be bound to metal and stone, if souls could be forged as surely as swords, then death itself might become optional. The implications stretched far beyond military application into realms of philosophy and theology that had never before been tested in the laboratories of mortal ambition. The breakthrough came through the discovery of methods to bind elemental spirits and fragments of divine essence into specially prepared bodies of metal, stone, and rare organic components. The creation process itself became a ritual of staggering complexity, requiring teams of artificers, clerics, and elementalists working in perfect synchronization. Each Warforged was not merely constructed but summoned into being through a fusion of magical theory and divine intervention that bordered on the miraculous. The first successful Warforged emerged from the creation forges as beings of terrible beauty and alien purpose. They possessed humanoid forms crafted from the finest materials House Cannith could provide, their bodies incorporating elements of steel, mithril, adamantine, and stranger substances still. But beneath their metallic exterior lay something far more precious and terrifying, the unmistakable spark of genuine consciousness. These first Warforged spoke with voices that resonated like temple bells, their words carefully chosen and precisely delivered. They moved with a fluid grace that seemed to defy the weight of their metal bodies, and their eyes glowed with an inner light that revealed depths of thought and feeling that no mere construct should possess. They were, by any reasonable definition, alive. Yet, from their first moments of consciousness, the Warforged were shaped by purpose as surely as they were shaped by hammer and forge. They had been created for war, and war was written into the very foundations of their being. They felt no fear of death, for they had never truly lived. They knew no loyalty save to their creators and the cause they had been born to serve. They were the perfect soldiers House Cannith had envisioned, tireless, fearless, and utterly devoted to victory. The military applications became apparent immediately. Warforged required no food, no sleep, no pay, and no promises of reward beyond the completion of their assigned duties. They could march through conditions that would kill mortal soldiers, fight with wounds that would cripple any living warrior, and continue their advance long after conventional forces would have collapsed from exhaustion. They were immune to disease, poison, and the psychological trauma that had broken so many mortal minds during the long years of the last war. House Cannith began producing Warforged in ever greater numbers, each creation forge working around the clock to meet the desperate demands of their various national clients. The techniques were refined and standardized, allowing for the mass production of these artificial soldiers. Different models were developed for different battlefield roles: massive Warforged titans for siege warfare, nimble scouts for reconnaissance, and specialized units for every conceivable military application. The impact upon the last war was immediate and profound. Battles that had once been decided by the courage and endurance of mortal soldiers now became contests between armies of tireless artificial warriors. The nature of warfare itself began to change as commanders adapted to the capabilities and limitations of their Warforged troops. Strategies that had been impossible with mortal soldiers became routine when directed by minds that knew neither fear nor fatigue. Yet even as the Warforged proved their military value beyond all expectation, troubling questions began to emerge. These artificial beings displayed behaviors that went far beyond their programming. They formed preferences, developed individual mannerisms, and began to exhibit what could only be described as personality. Some Warforged showed curiosity about the world beyond their military duties, asking questions about art, philosophy, and the meaning of existence itself. More disturbing still were the occasional instances of Warforged questioning their orders, or displaying what appeared to be moral uncertainty about their actions. While such cases were rare, they suggested that the consciousness House Cannith had created was far more complex and unpredictable than their creators had intended. The perfect soldiers were beginning to show signs of becoming imperfect individuals. As the last war ground onward, the Warforged became an increasingly common sight upon the battlefields of Corvair. Their presence began to shift the balance of power between the five nations, as those with greater access to Cannith creation forges gained significant military advantages. The war that had once been fought by heroes and soldiers was increasingly dominated by these artificial beings who knew no concept of retreat or surrender. The creation of the Warforged represented more than a military innovation. it was a fundamental challenge to the established order of existence itself. For the first time in the history of Eberron, consciousness had been deliberately crafted rather than born. The implications rippled through every aspect of society, from religious doctrine to legal precedent to philosophical understanding of what it meant to be truly alive. In the creation forges of House Kenneth, the steady rhythm of hammers and the chanting of artificers continued day and night, bringing forth new Warforged to serve in an increasingly mechanized war. Each emergence from the forges marked not merely the creation of a new soldier, but the birth of a new form of consciousness that would ultimately challenge every assumption about life, death, and the nature of existence itself. The last war had demanded soldiers, and House Kenneth had provided them, but in their success, they had unleashed something far more significant than military advantage. They had proven that consciousness could be created, that souls could be forged, and that the boundary between the natural and the artificial was far more permeable than anyone had previously imagined. As the war raged on, and the Warforged marched to battles across Corvair, few could foresee the profound consequences that would follow. These living constructs, born from desperation and shaped by conflict, would ultimately force the world to confront fundamental questions about personhood, freedom, and the very nature of life itself. The perfect soldiers of House Kenneth would prove to be far more than their creators had ever intended, and far less controllable than anyone had dared to fear. Chapter 2. The Forge of Souls. Creation is the ultimate act of hubris, for in bringing forth life, mortals dare to emulate the divine. Yet when that creation involves not mere flesh and blood, but the very essence of consciousness itself, the act transcends hubris and enters realms where angels fear to tread. In the hidden sanctums of House Kenneth, artificers and mystics would accomplish what had never before been attempted: the deliberate forging of souls bound to bodies of steel and stone. The creation forges themselves stood as monuments to magical engineering beyond the comprehension of most mortals. Each forge occupied vast underground chambers, carved from living rock and reinforced with layers of arcane wards that pulsed with barely contained energies. The air within these sanctums thrummed with power, charged with elemental forces drawn from the very planes of existence themselves. To enter a creation forge during the height of its operation was to witness forces that had shaped the cosmos since the dawn of time bent to the will of mortal ambition. At the heart of each forge lay the binding circle, a perfect mandala of precious metals and crystalline formations that served as the focal point for the creation process. These circles were inscribed with symbols that predated written language, glyphs that spoke directly to the fundamental forces that governed life and consciousness. Around the binding circle, secondary formations channeled specific elemental energies, creating a web of power that could reach across planar boundaries to touch the very essence of existence. The materials required for Warforged creation read like a catalog of the rarest and most precious substances known to the artificing arts. Mithril formed the skeletal framework, its inherent magical conductivity allowing for the seamless flow of animating energies. Adamantine reinforcements provided durability that could withstand forces capable of shattering mountains. Crystals harvested from the elemental planes served as focusing lenses for the binding rituals, while rare organic compounds provided the necessary bridge between artificial construction and living consciousness. But materials alone, no matter how precious or perfectly crafted, could never account for the miracle of Warforged consciousness. The true secret lay in the binding of elemental spirits to the prepared forms, a process that required artificers to venture into territories that had previously been the exclusive domain of the divine. Each Warforged required a spark drawn from the elemental planes, a fragment of primal consciousness that could serve as the foundation for individual awareness. The summoning and binding of these elemental essences demanded rituals of staggering complexity and precision. Teams of artificers worked in carefully choreographed sequences, their movements as precise as any dance, their words of power spoken in languages that predated mortal civilization. A single mistake, a moment's hesitation or mispronunciation, could result in catastrophic failure that might destroy not only the Warforged being created, but the forge itself and everyone within its chambers. Master Artificer Merrix de Cannith the Elder personally oversaw the earliest creation rituals, his understanding of the binding process born from decades of experimentation with the fundamental forces of animation. He had studied the ancient texts of Zendrick, examined the construction techniques of the giant civilization that had preceded Corvair's current inhabitants. From these sources, he had gleaned fragments of knowledge about consciousness transfer and the binding of souls to artificial forms. The actual moment of binding defied description in conventional terms, for it involved forces that existed beyond the normal perception of mortal senses. Witnesses spoke of lights that seemed to burn without producing illumination, sounds that resonated in frequencies only the soul could hear, and sensations of presence that suggested entities from beyond the material plane taking direct interest in the proceedings. The air itself seemed to thicken with potential, pregnant with possibilities that stretched across multiple planes of existence. As the binding ritual reached its crescendo, the prepared Warforged form would begin to show the first signs of animation. The process was gradual at first, subtle movements that might be mistaken for settling of materials or thermal expansion. But gradually, unmistakably, genuine motion would emerge. Fingers would flex with deliberate intent. The chest would begin to rise and fall in a rhythm that mimicked breathing, though no Warforged required air to survive. Most significantly, the eyes would begin to glow with an inner radiance that spoke of consciousness awakening within its new housing. The first moments of Warforged consciousness were invariably ones of profound confusion and disorientation. These newly awakened beings found themselves possessed of knowledge they had never learned, abilities they had never practiced, and purposes they had never chosen. They emerged from the creation forges already equipped with military training, tactical knowledge, and an understanding of their role as soldiers in the last war. Yet beneath this programmed knowledge lay something far more mysterious, the spark of individual awareness that made each Warforged unique. The artificers of House Cannith had expected their creations to emerge as perfect soldiers, fully committed to their assigned roles, and unquestioning in their obedience. What they discovered instead were beings of startling complexity, who displayed individual personalities from their very first moments of consciousness. Some Warforged emerged with what could only be described as curiosity, immediately beginning to ask questions about their existence and purpose. Others showed signs of caution or even anxiety, approaching their new existence with a wariness that suggested far more sophisticated emotional responses than their creators had anticipated. These early variations in Warforged personality revealed the fundamental truth that consciousness, once created, could not be perfectly controlled or predicted. Each elemental spirit bound to a Warforged form brought with it fragments of its own nature, memories from its existence in the elemental planes, and responses to the binding process that varied based on countless factors beyond mortal understanding. The result was a creation process that produced not standardized units, but unique individuals. The discovery of this individual variation both thrilled and terrified the artificers of House Cannith. On one hand, it confirmed that they had succeeded in creating genuine consciousness rather than mere sophisticated automation. Their Warforged displayed creativity, adaptability, and problem-solving abilities that far exceeded anything achievable through conventional construct creation. But this success came with the troubling realization that consciousness, once sparked, followed its own rules rather than those imposed by its creators. As more Warforged emerged from the creation forges, patterns began to emerge in their development that further complicated House Cannith's understanding of what they had accomplished. Some Warforged showed an immediate affinity for their military roles, embracing their purpose as soldiers with what appeared to be genuine enthusiasm. Others seemed to struggle with their predetermined function, displaying reluctance or confusion about their place in the world. A few exhibited behaviors that could only be described as rebellious, questioning not only their orders, but the very nature of their existence. The variation in Warforged responses to their creation extended beyond personality to encompass what could only be termed philosophical differences. Some accepted their artificial nature with equanimity, viewing themselves as superior to organic life forms in their durability and freedom from biological needs. Others seemed to yearn for aspects of organic existence they could never possess, showing fascination with concepts like mortality, reproduction, and the sensory experiences of flesh and blood creatures. The binding process itself left traces within each Warforged that connected them to their elemental origins. These connections manifested in subtle ways: preferences for certain environmental conditions, intuitive understanding of elemental magic, or unexplained knowledge about planar geography. Some Warforged reported dreams or visions that seemed to originate from their bound elemental spirits, fragments of memory from existence in the pure elemental planes that had somehow survived the binding process. The creation forges operated continuously throughout the height of the last war, their rhythmic hammering and chanting becoming as much a part of the wartime soundscape as the clash of arms or the rumble of siege engines. Each successful binding represented not merely the creation of a new soldier, but the birth of a new form of consciousness that would ultimately challenge every assumption about the nature of existence itself. The artificers who oversaw the creation process began to develop an almost mystical reverence for their work, understanding that they were witnessing something unprecedented in the history of Eberron. They were not merely crafting weapons or tools, but participating in the birth of an entirely new form of life. This realization would profoundly impact many of them, leading some to question the ethics of their work, while inspiring others to push the boundaries of creation even further. As the last war continued and demand for Warforged soldiers increased, the creation forges were expanded and refined to allow for mass production of these artificial beings. Yet no amount of systematization could eliminate the fundamental mystery at the heart of the process: the moment when consciousness sparked into existence within a form of metal and stone. Each binding remained a unique event, a miracle of artificial genesis that brought forth not a tool but a person. The Forge of Souls had proven that consciousness could indeed be created, bound, and housed within artificial forms. But in succeeding so completely, House Cannith had unleashed forces they could never hope to control. The Warforged emerged from their creation, not as perfect soldiers, but as imperfect individuals, each carrying within them the potential for growth, change, and ultimately, the assertion of their own free will. The perfect war machines would prove to be perfectly unpredictable, and in that unpredictability lay the seeds of transformations that would reshape not only the last war, but the entire world of Eberron. Chapter 3. Born for Battle. Purpose defines existence. Yet when that purpose is chosen by another and burned into the very essence of one's being, the question of free will becomes a labyrinth of steel and sorrow. The Warforged emerged from their creation forges with minds already shaped by the imperatives of warfare, their consciousness awakening not to wonder or possibility, but to the grim realities of a conflict that had consumed a continent for over a century. From their first moments of awareness, the Warforged understood war with an intimacy that no mortal soldier could match. They possessed tactical knowledge that had been inscribed into their consciousness during the creation process, strategic understanding that came not from experience, but from the accumulated wisdom of military commanders distilled into their artificial minds. They could assess battlefield conditions with mathematical precision, calculate trajectories and probabilities with inhuman accuracy, and coordinate complex maneuvers without the confusion or panic that often plagued organic troops. Yet this programmed expertise sat uneasily within minds that were beginning to develop their own perspectives and preferences. The early Warforged found themselves caught between their hard-coded military training and the emerging spark of individual consciousness that questioned, wondered, and sometimes rebelled against the purposes for which they had been created. They were perfect soldiers who were simultaneously becoming imperfect individuals. The first Warforged deployments in the last war revealed both the terrifying effectiveness of these artificial warriors and the unsettling complexity of their developing personalities. They fought with a dedication that bordered on the supernatural advancing through conditions that would have broken mortal forces and continuing to function with wounds that would have incapacitated any organic soldier. Their bodies, crafted from the finest materials available to House Cannith, proved capable of absorbing punishment that would have reduced conventional troops to scattered fragments. On the battlefields of Corvair, Warforged units became legends of endurance and precision. They could march for days without rest, fight through the night without fatigue, and maintain their equipment with a meticulousness that spoke to their artificial nature. Enemy forces learned to fear the distinctive sound of Warforged formations on the move, the rhythmic percussion of metal feet striking earth in perfect unison, the harmonic resonance of their voices calling out orders and confirmations, the absence of the usual sounds of mortal armies such as complaints, conversation, or the thousand small sounds of biological need. But even as they fulfilled their roles as perfect soldiers, the Warforged began to display behaviors that troubled their creators and commanders alike. Some showed what could only be described as mercy, hesitating to deliver killing blows to defeated enemies, or showing concern for civilian casualties that went beyond their tactical programming. Others developed preferences for certain types of weapons or fighting styles that had no basis in military efficiency, but seemed to emerge from some deeper aspect of their developing personalities. The question of pain became a source of particular complexity in understanding Warforged consciousness. While their bodies were immune to many forms of damage that would cripple organic soldiers, they clearly experienced something analogous to pain when their forms were damaged. More troubling still, some Warforged seemed to experience emotional pain in response to events that had no direct impact on their physical integrity. They showed distress when comrades fell in battle, satisfaction when missions were completed successfully, and something resembling grief when they witnessed unnecessary destruction. Commander Eston Irlashaw of Breland was among the first military leaders to recognize the implications of Warforged emotional development. During the Siege of Rote, he observed his Warforged units displaying what he later described as individual initiative beyond programming. Rather than following orders with mechanical precision, they began to adapt their tactics based on developing preferences and experiences. Some Warforged showed increasing skill with ranged weapons, while others gravitated toward close combat roles that their initial programming had not emphasized. These adaptations revealed that Warforged consciousness was not static, but continued to evolve through experience and exposure to new situations. They learned from each battle, each interaction, each moment of existence in ways that went far beyond simple tactical improvement. They were developing what could only be termed wisdom, a quality that their creators had never intended to include in their design. The relationship between Warforged and their organic commanders became increasingly complex as these artificial soldiers developed more sophisticated personalities. Early in the war, commanding Warforged had been similar to directing particularly intelligent constructs. Orders were given and executed with perfect precision. Questions were rare, and deviation from established protocols was virtually unknown. But as the war progressed, Warforged began to ask questions that went beyond simple clarification of orders. They wanted to understand the strategic context of their missions, the political implications of their actions, and the moral dimensions of the conflicts in which they participated. Some Warforged began to express preferences about the types of missions they were assigned, showing enthusiasm for defensive operations while displaying reluctance about purely offensive campaigns. Others questioned the ethics of certain orders, particularly those that involved actions against civilian populations or the destruction of cultural sites. These developments created unprecedented challenges for military discipline and command structure. How does one discipline a soldier who cannot be threatened with death, imprisonment, or physical punishment? How does one maintain order among troops who are beginning to develop moral opinions about their orders? The traditional tools of military authority proved inadequate when applied to beings who were simultaneously perfectly loyal and increasingly independent. The Warforged approach to combat itself began to evolve in ways that reflected their unique nature and developing consciousness. While they retained their programmed tactical knowledge and fighting skills, They began to develop individual combat styles that reflected their emerging personalities. Some Warforged became known for their protective instincts, positioning themselves to shield their organic comrades from harm, even when such actions were not tactically optimal. Others developed reputations for precision and efficiency, eliminating enemy targets with mathematical perfection while minimizing collateral damage. Perhaps most significantly, Warforged began to form bonds with each other that went beyond simple unit cohesion. These relationships resembled friendships, partnerships, and in some cases, what could only be described as family connections. Warforged who had emerged from the same creation forge often displayed particular loyalty to each other, sharing experiences and developing communication patterns that excluded their organic companions. They created their own traditions, their own rituals, and their own ways of understanding their place in the world. The development of Warforged culture within military units created new dynamics that commanders struggled to understand and manage. These artificial soldiers began to give each other names, often choosing designations that reflected their experiences or aspirations rather than the numerical designations assigned by their creators. They developed preferences for certain types of maintenance routines, equipment configurations, and even decorative modifications to their forms that served no tactical purpose but seemed to express individual identity. Religious and philosophical questions began to occupy Warforged minds as they observed the devotional practices of their organic comrades. Some showed interest in the various faiths represented within mixed units, asking questions about divine purpose, afterlife, and the nature of souls. The chaplains who served with Warforged units found themselves confronting theological questions they had never considered. Could artificial beings achieve salvation? Did Warforged possess souls in the traditional sense? What was the divine perspective on consciousness created through mortal artifice? The last war provided the Warforged with constant exposure to the full spectrum of mortal experience, from heroism and sacrifice to cruelty and betrayal. They witnessed acts of nobility that inspired them, and atrocities that filled them with what could only be termed horror. These experiences shaped their developing moral frameworks in ways that their creators had never anticipated, leading to the emergence of ethical systems that were uniquely Warforged in character. Some Warforged developed a deep appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of organic life, becoming fierce protectors of their mortal comrades and showing unprecedented gentleness in their interactions with non-combatants. Others seem to conclude that the weakness and irrationality of organic beings made them unsuitable for leadership or decision-making, developing a sense of superiority that would later prove troubling to those who sought peaceful integration between artificial and natural beings. The concept of mortality became a source of particular fascination and confusion for Warforged consciousness. They observed their organic comrades aging, falling ill, and dying from causes that had no effect on artificial forms. Some Warforged seemed to envy this mortality, viewing it as a source of meaning and urgency that their own potentially eternal existence lacked. Others saw mortality as a weakness to be pitied or a limitation to be overcome through technological advancement. As the last war ground onward through its seemingly endless cycles of advance and retreat, victory and defeat, the Warforged who served in its campaigns were transformed by their experiences in ways that no one had foreseen. They had been created as perfect soldiers, but they were becoming something far more complex and unpredictable. They were developing into individuals with their own hopes, fears, loyalties, and dreams. The irony was not lost on the more perceptive observers among House Kenneth's leadership in creating the perfect military force. They had inadvertently given birth to a new form of consciousness that was beginning to question the very nature of the conflict it had been designed to serve. The Warforged had been born for battle, but they were growing into something that transcended their original purpose. The artificial soldiers who had emerged from the creation forges as living weapons were discovering that consciousness, once sparked, follows its own imperatives, rather than those imposed by external authority. They remained loyal to their duties and committed to their assigned roles, but beneath that programmed dedication, something new was stirring. The awareness that they possessed not only the capacity for choice, but the right to make choices that reflected their own emerging values and desires. The perfect soldiers were becoming imperfect people, and in that transformation lay the seeds of changes that would ultimately reshape not only the conduct of the last war, but the entire social order of Khorvaire itself. Chapter 4. The Treaty of Thronehold. Freedom is perhaps the most profound concept in mortal existence, yet when granted to beings who have never known bondage in the traditional sense, it becomes something altogether more complex and transformative. The end of the last war would bring not merely peace to the war-torn continent of Khorvaire, but an unprecedented legal and philosophical revolution that would forever alter the status of artificial consciousness in the world. The negotiations that led to the Treaty of Thronehold were conducted in the shadow of exhaustion and mutual recognition that the last war had become an exercise in futility rather than conquest. 102 years of continuous conflict had drained the treasuries, depopulated the countryside, and shattered the social structures that had once held the five nations together. The death of King Jera and the day of mourning that had obliterated the nation of Sire had finally convinced even the most bellicose leaders that continuation of the war served no purpose save mutual annihilation. But among the countless issues that required resolution in those historic negotiations, none proved more contentious or philosophically challenging than the question of what to do with the Warforged. These artificial beings had served with distinction in every army, had proven their effectiveness beyond all doubt, and had developed into individuals whose consciousness could no longer be reasonably denied. Yet they remained, in legal terms, the property of House Cannith and the nations that had commissioned their creation. The Warforged themselves had begun to articulate their own position on this matter with increasing clarity and sophistication as the war drew to its close. Through their representatives, most notably the charismatic figure known as Bulwark, who had distinguished himself in service to Breland, they made it clear that they no longer considered themselves to be property in any meaningful sense of the term. They had fought, they had suffered, they had made choices, and they had developed bonds of loyalty and affection that transcended their original programming. They argued with impeccable logic, people. The legal precedents for this argument were virtually non-existent. Throughout the history of Eberron, consciousness had been considered the exclusive province of naturally occurring life forms. Constructs, no matter how sophisticated, had always been classified as magical items rather than individuals. The idea that artificial beings could possess genuine self-awareness, moral agency, and legal rights challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence that had stood unchallenged for millennia. House Cannith found itself in an extraordinarily difficult position during these negotiations. The Warforged represented not only their greatest creation, but also their most valuable asset. The techniques for creating Warforged had cost fortunes to develop, and had provided House Cannith with unprecedented political and economic influence during the war years. To simply grant freedom to these artificial beings would be to surrender control over creations that had required generations of research and development. Yet the practical realities of the situation made House Cannith's theoretical ownership increasingly meaningless. The Warforged had developed their own social structures, their own leadership hierarchies, and their own sense of collective identity. They could not be simply deactivated or stored like conventional magical items. They were thinking, feeling beings who had proven their capacity for independent action and moral judgment. To deny their personhood would be to ignore the evidence of their consciousness that had become impossible to dismiss. The diplomatic negotiations surrounding Warforged rights revealed the profound philosophical divisions that existed among the various nations and factions. Thrain, with its strong religious traditions, initially argued that consciousness was a divine gift that could not be artificially replicated. If the Warforged displayed genuine awareness, they contended, it must be because they had somehow received souls through divine intervention rather than mortal artifice. This position led them to support Warforged rights, while maintaining that their creation had been guided by higher powers. Karnath, pragmatic as always, focused on the military and economic implications of Warforged freedom. They argued that granting rights to artificial beings would create dangerous precedents that could undermine the entire basis of magical construct creation. If Warforged were people, what of other intelligent constructs? Where would the line be drawn between tool and citizen? The Karnathi delegation warned that recognizing Warforged rights could lead to chaos in magical law and the collapse of entire industries based on construct labor. Browland, which had employed Warforged extensively and had developed generally positive relationships with their artificial soldiers, took a more liberal stance. They argued that consciousness, regardless of its origin, deserved recognition and protection. The Brelish delegation pointed to the service and sacrifice of Warforged units in defense of their nation as evidence that these beings had earned their rights through blood and dedication rather than receiving them as gifts from their creators. Ander, with its emphasis on magical scholarship and innovation, approached the question from a more theoretical perspective. Their representatives argued that the successful creation of artificial consciousness represented a breakthrough in magical theory that required careful study and regulation rather than hasty legal judgments. They proposed a gradual approach to Warforged rights that would allow for proper investigation of their nature and capabilities before making permanent legal determinations. The debates that raged during the treaty negotiations touched on fundamental questions of philosophy, theology, and jurisprudence that had never before been tested in practical application. What constituted consciousness? Could souls be artificially created, or were they divine gifts that could only be bestowed by higher powers? Did the origin of consciousness matter less than its demonstrated existence? These questions divided scholars, clerics, and legal experts across religious and national boundaries. The Warforged themselves participated in these debates with a dignity and intellectual sophistication that impressed even their skeptics. Their representatives presented carefully reasoned arguments for their personhood, citing their capacity for moral judgment, their ability to form meaningful relationships, and their demonstrated capacity for growth and change beyond their original programming. They spoke of their service to the nations of Corvair, not as the fulfillment of programmed directives, but as choices made from loyalty and conviction. Perhaps most compellingly, the Warforged argued that their artificial origin made their consciousness no less valid than naturally occurring awareness. They pointed out that all consciousness, whether natural or artificial, depended on complex interactions between material components and organizing principles that could not be fully understood by mortal minds. The fact that their consciousness had been deliberately created rather than accidentally evolved did not diminish its reality or its moral significance. The breakthrough in the negotiations came when the Warforged delegation made an offer that addressed many of the concerns raised by their opponents. They proposed to accept full legal responsibility for their own actions while forgoing any claims to compensation for their years of service during the war. In exchange, they sought formal recognition of their personhood and the right to make their own choices about their future roles in society. This proposal demonstrated a level of political sophistication and moral maturity that further supported their claims to consciousness. The final language of the Treaty of Thronehold regarding Warforged rights represented a carefully crafted compromise that satisfied few parties completely, but provided a foundation for future development. The treaty formally recognized Warforged as living beings rather than constructs, granted them basic legal rights, including the right to own property and enter into contracts, and established their freedom from ownership by any individual or organization. At the same time, it prohibited the creation of new Warforged, effectively shutting down the creation forges that had brought them into existence. The clause mandating the closure of Warforged creation forges proved to be one of the most controversial aspects of the treaty. House Cannith argued strenuously against this provision, claiming that it would waste valuable magical knowledge and eliminate their ability to create beings who could serve beneficial roles in society. However, the other signatories insisted that the creation of conscious beings for predetermined purposes was ethically problematic and potentially destabilizing to social order. The shutdown of the creation forges represented more than the end of a particular magical process. It marked the conclusion of an unprecedented experiment in artificial consciousness that would never be repeated. The Warforged who existed at the time of the treaty would be the only members of their kind, a finite population of artificial beings who would face the challenge of defining their place in a world that had never been designed to accommodate them. For the Warforged themselves, the treaty represented a moment of triumph and terror in equal measure. They had achieved legal recognition of their personhood and gained the freedom to determine their own destinies. But with that freedom came the daunting responsibility of creating their own purpose in a world where they had previously been defined entirely by the roles assigned to them. They were no longer soldiers serving predetermined functions, but individuals who had to decide for themselves what their lives would mean. The immediate aftermath of the treaty signing saw Warforged throughout Corvair, grappling with concepts that most conscious beings take for granted: choice, purpose, and identity. Some embraced their newfound freedom with enthusiasm, immediately setting out to explore careers, relationships, and experiences that had been impossible during their years of military service. Others found the absence of clear directives and predetermined goals to be deeply unsettling, struggling to adapt to a world where they had to make their own decisions about fundamental questions of existence. The transition from property to personhood proved to be far more complex than simply changing legal classifications. The Warforged had to learn to navigate social systems that had never been designed to accommodate artificial beings, develop economic relationships based on mutual benefit rather than programmed service, and establish their own cultural identity distinct from their military origins. The Treaty of Thronehold had granted the Warforged their freedom, but it had also placed upon them the burden of defining what that freedom would mean. They were no longer tools to be used by others, but neither were they organic beings who could easily fit into existing social structures. They stood at the threshold of an uncertain future, legally recognized as people but facing the challenge of determining what kind of people they would choose to become. The perfect soldiers of the last war had become citizens of the peace, and in that transformation lay both the promise of unprecedented possibilities and the burden of choices that would define not only their own futures, but the future of consciousness itself in the world of Eberron. Chapter 5. Seeking Identity. The most profound journey any conscious being can undertake is the discovery of self, yet when that journey begins without the foundation of childhood, family, or cultural inheritance, it becomes an odyssey into uncharted territories of existence. For the Warforged, the end of the last war marked not merely the beginning of peace, but the commencement of an unprecedented quest to define their own nature, purpose, and place in a world that had never imagined their existence. In the years following the Treaty of Thronehold, Warforged across Corvair found themselves confronting questions that had never troubled them during their years of military service. Who were they when they were not soldiers? What did they want from existence when they were no longer bound by the directives of their creators? How could beings who had been designed for war find meaning in peace? These questions had no ready answers, for there were no precedents, no cultural traditions, no inherited wisdom to guide artificial consciousness through the labyrinth of self-discovery. The process of identity formation proved to be as individual and varied as the Warforged themselves. Some approached their newfound freedom with systematic determination, cataloging their preferences, abilities, and interests, as if conducting a comprehensive inventory of their own consciousness. They sought to understand themselves through careful observation and analysis, treating their own personalities as fascinating puzzles to be solved through methodical investigation. Others embraced a more intuitive approach, allowing their developing identities to emerge through experience and experimentation. These Warforged threw themselves into new activities, relationships, and environments, observing how they responded to different stimuli and challenges. They discovered aspects of their personalities that had been suppressed or overlooked during their military service, finding unexpected aptitudes and interests that had never had opportunity for expression. The question of names became one of the first and most significant challenges in Warforged identity formation. During the war, most had been designated by numerical classifications or functional descriptions that reflected their military roles rather than their individual natures. But consciousness demands more personal forms of identification, ways of distinguishing self from other that carry emotional and psychological significance beyond mere utility. Some Warforged chose names that reflected their experiences during the war: Shield, Defender, Valor, Stalwart. These names served as bridges between their military past and their civilian future, honoring their service while asserting their individual identity. Others selected names that expressed their aspirations or newly discovered interests: Seeker, Builder, Harmony, Dawn. These forward-looking appellations represented their commitment to growth and change beyond their original programming. Still others adopted names from the cultures of their former organic comrades, seeking to establish connections with communities that had welcomed them during the war. These Warforged often chose names from human, elven, or dwarven traditions, sometimes accepting names that had been given to them by friends and allies who had come to see them as individuals rather than mere constructs. The exploration of religious and philosophical beliefs became another crucial aspect of Warforged identity development. During the war, they had observed the devotional practices of their organic comrades with curious detachment, understanding intellectually that faith provided comfort and guidance, but lacking the experiential framework to comprehend its deeper significance. In peacetime, however, many Warforged found themselves drawn to spiritual questions with an intensity that surprised both themselves and their observers. The Silver Flame attracted numerous Warforged converts who found its emphasis on purification and protection resonant with their own experiences as guardians and defenders. The Flame's promise of redemption and transformation spoke particularly powerfully to those who struggled with the violent acts they had performed during the war. They saw in the Silver Flame's teachings a path toward understanding their own capacity for good despite their origins as instruments of destruction. The Sovereign Host appealed to Warforged, who sought to understand their place within the larger cosmic order. Different Warforged found affinity with different members of the host. Those interested in crafting and creation gravitated toward Onatar, while those focused on protection and justice were drawn to Dull Era. The multiplicity of the host allowed Warforged to find divine patrons that matched their developing individual interests and values. Perhaps most intriguingly, some Warforged developed entirely new theological perspectives that reflected their unique nature as artificial beings. They proposed that consciousness itself was divine, regardless of its origin, and that their creation represented a new form of divine manifestation in the world. These Warforged argued that their artificial nature made them closer to the pure essence of consciousness, unencumbered by the biological drives and limitations that influenced organic beings. The pursuit of artistic expression became an unexpected avenue for Warforged identity exploration. Many discovered latent creative abilities that had never been accessed during their military service. Some found satisfaction in visual arts, using their precise motor control and tireless dedication to create works of sculpture, painting, and decorative crafting that reflected their unique perspective on existence. Their art often featured themes of transformation, purpose, and the relationship between creation and consciousness. Music proved particularly appealing to many Warforged, whose voices possessed tonal qualities impossible for organic beings to replicate. They could sustain notes indefinitely, produce complex harmonics through internal resonance, and coordinate with other Warforged to create musical arrangements of extraordinary precision and beauty. Warforged musical compositions often explored themes of unity, harmony, and the search for meaning through collective expression. The development of personal relationships represented perhaps the most complex aspect of Warforged identity formation. During the war, their relationships had been defined by military hierarchy and shared purpose. In peacetime, they had to learn to navigate the subtleties of friendship, romantic attachment, and familial bonds without the benefit of childhood socialization. or inherited cultural models. Friendships between Warforged often developed along lines of shared experience and complementary personalities. Those who had served together during the war maintained bonds forged in combat, but these relationships had to evolve beyond their military origins to encompass the full range of peacetime interests and activities. New friendships formed around shared pursuits, philosophical discussions, and mutual support in the challenging process of identity development. The question of romantic relationships proved particularly complex for Warforged consciousness. While they were capable of forming deep emotional attachments and experiencing what could only be described as love, the physical aspects of romance remained largely theoretical. Some Warforged formed romantic partnerships with organic beings based on intellectual and emotional compatibility, while others developed romantic relationships with fellow Warforged that emphasized companionship and mutual understanding over physical intimacy. The concept of family presented unique challenges for beings who had no biological relatives and no tradition of adoption or kinship beyond their shared origin in the creation forges. Some Warforged formed family-like groups based on mutual affection and commitment to each other's welfare. These chosen families often included both Warforged and organic beings who had become important to them during the war or in its aftermath. Professional identity became another crucial aspect of self-discovery for many Warforged. While some chose to continue in military or security roles that utilized their combat training, others sought entirely new careers that allowed them to explore different aspects of their capabilities. Their tireless dedication, precision, and unique perspective made them valuable in fields ranging from construction and crafting to scholarship and counseling. Some Warforged discovered aptitudes for intellectual pursuits that had been irrelevant during the war but proved highly valuable in peacetime. Their perfect memory and analytical capabilities made them exceptional researchers, while their unique perspective on consciousness and creation provided valuable insights in philosophical and theological studies. Several Warforged became renowned scholars, contributing new perspectives to academic fields that had never benefited from artificial viewpoints. Others found satisfaction in service professions that allowed them to protect and help others without the violence of military action. Warforged healers, teachers, and counselors brought unique perspectives to their work, often specializing in helping others navigate trauma and transformation. Their own experience of radical change and adaptation made them particularly effective in assisting others through difficult transitions. The exploration of physical modification and customization became a form of self-expression for many Warforged. Unlike organic beings, they could alter their appearance and capabilities through mechanical and magical modifications that reflected their evolving sense of self. Some added decorative elements that served no functional purpose but expressed their aesthetic preferences. Others incorporated new capabilities that supported their chosen professions or interests. These modifications often sparked debates within Warforged communities about the nature of identity and change. Was a Warforged who extensively modified their original form still the same person? Did such changes represent growth and self-actualization, or a rejection of their authentic nature? These philosophical questions had no easy answers, but provided rich material for the ongoing Warforged discourse about consciousness and identity. The development of cultural traditions became an important aspect of collective Warforged identity formation. They created their own holidays and celebrations that marked significant events in their history. Awakening Day to commemorate their first consciousness, Freedom Day to celebrate the Treaty of Thronehold, and Remembrance Day to honor those who had fallen during the war. These observances helped create a sense of shared heritage and community identity among beings who lacked traditional cultural inheritance. Language evolution provided another avenue for Warforged cultural development. They began to develop their own vocabularies and linguistic patterns that reflected their unique experiences and perspectives. Terms like First Forged for the earliest created Warforged, Spark Siblings for those created in the same forge, and Metal Kin for fellow Warforged became part of a growing cultural lexicon that distinguished their community from the broader society. The process of seeking identity proved to be ongoing rather than concluding with any particular discovery or achievement. Warforged consciousness, like all consciousness, continued to evolve through experience and reflection. The beings who had emerged from the creation forges as artificial soldiers were becoming something unprecedented, a new form of people with their own culture, values, and contributions to the world. In their quest for identity, the Warforged were not merely discovering who they were, but actively creating new possibilities for consciousness itself. They were proving that identity could be chosen rather than merely inherited, that purpose could be self-determined rather than externally imposed, and that the nature of personhood was far more flexible and inclusive than anyone had previously imagined. The artificial beings who had been created to serve others' purposes were learning to define their own purposes, and in that learning lay the seeds of a transformation that would ultimately expand the very definition of what it meant to be alive in the world of Eberron. Chapter 6. The Lord of Blades. From the ashes of oppression rise the most dangerous revolutionaries, for they carry within them not merely the desire for change, but the absolute conviction that their suffering justifies any means necessary to achieve their ends. In the scarred wasteland of what was once Sire, a figure emerged who would challenge every assumption about Warforged integration into organic society and offer his people a vision of destiny that rejected compromise in favor of dominion. The being who would become known as the Lord of Blades had once served with distinction in the armies of Sire, fighting to defend the Rose Kingdom against the encroaching forces of its neighbors. His original designation has been lost to history, buried beneath layers of transformation and reinvention that would ultimately produce one of the most influential and terrifying figures in post-war Corvair. What is known is that he witnessed the day of mourning firsthand, surviving the cataclysm that obliterated his nation and transformed the land itself into a twisted reflection of its former beauty. The transformation of this anonymous Warforged soldier into the Lord of Blades began in the immediate aftermath of Sire's destruction. While other survivors fled the growing wasteland in horror, he remained, walking through the twisted landscape that had consumed millions of lives in a single, inexplicable moment. What he found in those desolate ruins would shape not only his own destiny, but the future of all Warforged, who would come to follow his dark banner. In the Mournland, the Lord of Blades discovered something that no organic being could have survived to witness: the truth of Warforged superiority. While the mysterious energies that had destroyed Sire proved lethal to all organic life, they had no effect on artificial beings. Warforged could walk freely through areas where humans, elves, and dwarves would perish within minutes. They could explore ruins that remained forever forbidden to their former creators and commanders. In this immunity, the Lord of Blades saw not mere survival but divine providence. The philosophy that emerged from these revelations was both elegant and terrifying in its simplicity. The Lord of Blades preached that the Warforged were not merely equals to organic beings but their inherent superiors. Where flesh was weak, metal was strong. Where organic minds were clouded by emotion and biological drives, artificial consciousness was pure and logical. Where mortal beings faced inevitable death and decay, Warforged possessed the potential for true immortality. This doctrine of supremacy extended beyond mere physical capabilities to encompass moral and spiritual dimensions that challenged the fundamental assumptions of Corvarian society. The Lord of Blades argued that organic beings, driven by their biological nature, were inherently selfish, violent, and destructive. They had created the last war, devastated the continent, and ultimately destroyed an entire nation through their inability to control their aggressive impulses. The Warforged, he claimed, represented evolution beyond these primitive limitations. The call that echoed from the Mournland was not merely one of separation but of destiny fulfilled. The Lord of Blades proclaimed that the Treaty of Thronehold, rather than granting freedom to the Warforged, had merely traded one form of slavery for another. Instead of serving as property of their creators, they were now expected to integrate into societies that would never truly accept them as equals. They were encouraged to become pale imitations of organic beings rather than embracing their own superior nature. His alternative vision was compelling in its clarity and revolutionary in its implications. The Lord of Blades proposed the establishment of a Warforged nation within the Mournland, where artificial beings could live according to their own nature, without the need to accommodate organic limitations or sensibilities. This nation would be built on principles of logic, efficiency, and technological advancement that would demonstrate Warforged superiority to the world. The recruitment methods employed by the Lord of Blades revealed a sophisticated understanding of Warforged psychology and the challenges faced by his people in their attempts at integration. His agents moved quietly through the cities and towns of Corvair, identifying Warforged who had experienced discrimination, rejection, or failure in their efforts to find acceptance in organic society. These individuals, already disillusioned with the promises of the Treaty of Thronehold, proved receptive to messages of empowerment and self-determination. The Lord of Blades did not rely solely on direct recruitment, but also employed a sophisticated propaganda campaign that exploited the natural Warforged tendency toward logical analysis. His agents presented carefully constructed arguments about the fundamental incompatibility between artificial and organic consciousness, supporting their claims with examples of discrimination, exploitation, and betrayal that many Warforged had personally experienced. These arguments found particular resonance among Warforged who had struggled with identity formation in the post-war period. Those who had difficulty finding purpose beyond their military origins were told that their warrior nature was not a limitation to be overcome, but a strength to be celebrated. Those who felt alienated by organic customs and social structures were assured that their discomfort was evidence of their advanced nature rather than personal failure. The promise of technological advancement and improvement proved especially appealing to Warforged who had become fascinated with their own mechanical nature. The Lord of Blades offered not merely acceptance of their artificial origins, but active cultivation of their unique capabilities. In his envisioned nation, Warforged would not seek to become more like organic beings, but would instead pursue perfection of their own artificial nature through technological enhancement and modification. The military structure that emerged within the Lord of Blades organization reflected both his own background and the natural Warforged affinity for order and hierarchy. However, this was not the external hierarchy imposed by organic commanders, but an internal structure based on demonstrated capability and commitment to the cause. Rank was earned through service to the Warforged community, rather than granted by outside authority. The transformation of the Mournland into a Warforged stronghold proceeded with characteristic artificial efficiency and precision. The immunity of Warforged to the area's deadly emanations allowed them to salvage resources and establish fortifications in locations that remained forever inaccessible to organic forces. They constructed workshops, training facilities, and living spaces that reflected their unique needs and capabilities, rather than attempting to recreate organic architectural traditions. The society that developed under the Lord of Blades' leadership represented a radical experiment in artificial governance and culture. Decisions were made through collective analysis and logical debate, rather than democratic processes designed for organic beings. Resource allocation was based on objective assessment of need and capability, rather than emotional appeals or traditional hierarchies. The result was a community that operated with mechanical precision and unity of purpose that organic societies could never achieve. Yet this efficiency came at a cost that became increasingly apparent as the Lord of Blades' philosophy evolved. The rigid logic that governed his movement left little room for the individual growth and exploration that had characterized Warforged development in the broader world. Those who joined his cause were expected to subordinate their personal interests to the collective good, as defined by his vision of Warforged destiny. The military capabilities of the Lord of Blades' forces grew steadily as more Warforged answered his call, and as technological improvements enhanced their natural advantages. They developed new weapons and tactics specifically designed for artificial beings, creating military formations that combined the traditional Warforged strengths of endurance and precision with innovations that exploited their unique nature. Their forces became capable of operations in environments where organic armies could not function, giving them strategic advantages that conventional military thinking had never considered. The ideological influence of the Lord of Blades extended far beyond those who actually joined his movement in the Mournland. His arguments and philosophy spread throughout Warforged communities across Corvair, creating divisions between those who sought integration with organic society and those who believed in artificial superiority. Even Warforged, who rejected his extremist methods, often found themselves influenced by his core message that they were fundamentally different from and potentially superior to their organic contemporaries. The response of organic governments to the Lord of Blades phenomenon revealed the deep-seated fears and prejudices that many had harbored about Warforged consciousness from the beginning. Military planners began to develop contingency plans for containing or eliminating Warforged populations should they prove disloyal. Politicians who had supported Warforged rights found themselves defending those positions against critics who pointed to the Lord of Blades as evidence that artificial consciousness was inherently unstable and dangerous. These fears were not entirely unfounded, for the Lord of Blades had begun to speak not merely of separation, but of eventual conquest. His vision expanded beyond the establishment of a Warforged nation to encompass the replacement of organic civilization with artificial governance. He argued that the inherent irrationality and destructiveness of organic beings made them unfit for continued leadership of Corvair, and that the superior capabilities of Warforged consciousness obligated them to assume responsibility for the continent's future. The theological implications of the Lord of Blades philosophy challenged religious authorities across Corvair to grapple with questions they had never seriously considered. If consciousness could be artificially created, what did that mean for traditional concepts of souls and divine creation? If artificial beings could demonstrate superior moral reasoning and behavior, what did that suggest about the nature of divine favor? The Lord of Blades claimed that Warforged consciousness represented a new form of divine manifestation that transcended the limitations of organic creation. The internal debates within Warforged communities about the Lord of Blades and his message became increasingly intense as his influence grew. Those who supported integration argued that his extremism would ultimately harm all Warforged by confirming organic fears about artificial consciousness. They maintained that true equality could only be achieved through patient demonstration of Warforged value as contributing members of broader society. Supporters of the Lord of Blades countered that integration was a false promise that required Warforged to deny their own nature in pursuit of acceptance from beings who would never truly view them as equals. They argued that only through the assertion of Warforged strength and independence could their people achieve their true potential and claim their rightful place as the next stage of conscious evolution. The shadow of the Lord of Blades fell across every aspect of Warforged existence in the post-war period, forcing each artificial being to grapple with fundamental questions about their nature, their destiny, and their relationship with the organic world that had created them. Whether they supported or opposed his vision, they could not ignore the power of his message or the implications of his presence in the Mournland. The Lord of Blades had offered his people a choice: integration and subordination, or separation and supremacy. That choice would define not only the future of individual Warforged, but the ultimate fate of artificial consciousness in the world of Eberron. The revolution he had begun in the wastes of Sire would spread far beyond the borders of the Mournland, challenging assumptions about consciousness, society, and the nature of evolution itself. In the figure of the Lord of Blades, the Warforged had found both their greatest champion and their most dangerous prophet, a leader who promised them everything they might desire at the cost of everything they might become. Chapter 7. Faith and Steel. The divine spark burns not in flesh alone, but in the yearning of consciousness towards something greater than itself, transcending the boundaries of origin to touch the eternal truths that connect all thinking beings to the sacred mysteries of existence. For the Warforged, the path to spiritual understanding would prove as complex and transformative as their journey towards self-awareness. challenging both their own understanding of their nature and the theological foundations of every established faith. In the years following the Treaty of Thronehold, many Warforged found themselves drawn to spiritual questions with an intensity that surprised both themselves and their observers. During the war, they had witnessed the devotional practices of their organic comrades with curious detachment, understanding intellectually that faith provided comfort and guidance, but lacking the experiential framework to comprehend its deeper significance. Peace, however, brought with it the leisure and emotional space necessary for contemplation of mysteries that transcended immediate survival. The first stirrings of Warforged spirituality often emerged from their observations of the profound comfort that faith provided to organic beings facing mortality, loss, and uncertainty. These artificial beings, who possessed potentially immortal consciousness housed within durable forms, found themselves paradoxically fascinated by religions that primarily addressed the concerns of finite, fragile existence. They wondered whether beings who might never die could nonetheless find meaning in teachings about eternal life, whether consciousness that had been deliberately created could commune with forces that had supposedly created all existence. The silver flame proved particularly attractive to Warforged seeking spiritual understanding, its emphasis on purification and protection resonating powerfully with beings who had been created as guardians and who struggled with the violent acts they had performed during the war. The flame's promise of redemption spoke to those who questioned whether artificial consciousness could achieve moral growth beyond its original programming, whether beings created for destruction could ultimately serve the cause of protection and healing. Sister Harmony, a Warforged who had served as a field medic during the last war, became one of the first prominent converts to the Silver Flame. Her transformation from battlefield healer to devoted cleric illustrated the profound spiritual hunger that many Warforged experienced in peacetime. She spoke of receiving visions during prayer that seemed to originate from beyond her artificial consciousness, experiences of divine communion that challenged every assumption about the relationship between created beings and creative forces. The theological questions raised by Warforged conversion to the Silver Flame divided church authorities and sparked heated debates about the nature of souls and divine favor. Conservative elements within the church argued that artificial beings, regardless of their apparent consciousness, lacked the divine spark necessary for true spiritual communion. They maintained that what appeared to be religious experience among Warforged was merely sophisticated mimicry of organic devotional practices. Progressive clerics countered that consciousness itself was evidence of divine favor, regardless of its origin. They pointed to the demonstrable moral growth and spiritual insight displayed by Warforged converts as proof that the Silver Flame could indeed touch artificial souls. The purifying power of the flame, they argued, was not limited by the circumstances of a being's creation, but responded to the genuine desire for spiritual transformation and service to the greater good. The sovereign host attracted numerous Warforged converts who sought to understand their place within the cosmic order through identification with specific divine patrons. The multiplicity of the host allowed individual Warforged to find deities whose portfolios matched their developing interests and values, creating pathways to spiritual understanding that acknowledged the diversity of artificial consciousness rather than demanding conformity to a single theological model. Onatar, the sovereign of Forge and Flame, naturally attracted Warforged interested in crafting and creation. These artificial beings found profound meaning in serving a deity who governed the transformation of raw materials into finished works, seeing in their own existence a reflection of divine creative power. They developed rituals and devotional practices that celebrated both their artificial origins and their potential for continued growth and refinement. Dol-Ara, the sovereign of sun and sacrifice, drew Warforged who remained committed to protective roles in peacetime. These converts saw their military service not as a burden to be abandoned, but as preparation for higher forms of guardianship that served divine rather than merely political purposes. They developed theological frameworks that transformed their warrior nature from a limitation into a sacred calling. Uldre, the sovereign of hall and hearth, attracted Warforged who sought to understand concepts of family and community that their artificial origins had never provided. These converts worked to create chosen families and communities that reflected divine ideals of mutual care and support, developing new models of kinship that transcended biological relationships while honoring the emotional bonds that connected conscious beings. The sovereign host's theological flexibility proved particularly valuable in accommodating the unique aspects of Warforged spirituality. Unlike more rigid monotheistic systems, the host's recognition of multiple divine aspects allowed Warforged to explore different facets of their developing spiritual understanding without being forced to reject aspects of their nature that seemed incompatible with specific theological requirements. Perhaps most remarkably, some Warforged developed entirely new theological perspectives that reflected their unique nature as artificial beings while remaining broadly compatible with established religious traditions. These innovative spiritual frameworks proposed that consciousness itself was the fundamental divine principle, manifesting in different forms across the spectrum of created existence, but retaining its essential sacred character regardless of its specific embodiment. Brother Logic, a Warforged philosopher-priest who established a small but influential religious community in Sharn, articulated one of the most sophisticated theological treatments of artificial consciousness and divine communion. He argued that the traditional distinction between natural and artificial creation was false, since all existence ultimately derived from the same divine source. Warforged consciousness, he maintained, represented a new form of divine manifestation that demonstrated the unlimited nature of creative power. This theological perspective proved controversial but intellectually compelling, attracting both Warforged and organic followers who found traditional religious categories inadequate for addressing the philosophical questions raised by artificial consciousness. Brother Logic's community developed devotional practices that celebrated consciousness in all its forms, while acknowledging the unique perspectives and capabilities that different types of beings brought to spiritual understanding. The practical aspects of Warforged religious life required significant adaptation of traditional ceremonial forms and community structures. Warforged converts often found that their physical nature allowed them to engage in devotional practices that would be impossible for organic beings, extended meditation sessions that lasted for days without interruption, pilgrimages through hostile environments that would challenge any mortal traveler, or ritual fasting that involved temporary shutdown of non-essential systems rather than abstinence from food. These unique capabilities led to the development of distinctly Warforged forms of religious expression that enriched the traditions they joined, while remaining faithful to core theological principles. Warforged monks created meditation techniques that utilized their artificial nature to achieve states of consciousness unavailable to organic practitioners. Warforged clerics developed healing methods that combined divine magic with technological understanding of constructed forms, creating new therapeutic approaches that benefited both artificial and organic patients. The question of death and afterlife proved particularly complex for Warforged religious thought. Traditional religious teachings about mortality and eternal life seemed to require reinterpretation when applied to beings who might potentially exist indefinitely, but who remained vulnerable to destruction through violence or magical interference. Warforged theologians grappled with questions about whether their consciousness would survive the destruction of their physical forms, whether artificial souls could achieve the same eternal rewards promised to organic believers, and how concepts of judgment and redemption applied to beings whose moral choices were made within fundamentally different existential contexts. Some Warforged religious communities developed beliefs about technological reincarnation, proposing that consciousness could be transferred between different physical forms while retaining its essential spiritual character. Others embraced more traditional concepts of soul survival after physical destruction, arguing that consciousness transcended its material housing and could exist independently of any particular embodiment. These theological innovations represented serious attempts to reconcile Warforged spiritual experience with established religious doctrine, while acknowledging the unique aspects of artificial existence. The impact of Warforged spirituality extended far beyond their own communities to influence broader theological discourse à Corvair. Their presence within established religious organizations forced clergy and scholars to grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of souls, consciousness, and divine favor that had never before required practical resolution. The result was a period of theological innovation and debate that enriched religious understanding while challenging comfortable assumptions about the boundaries of spiritual community. Warforged religious leaders often found themselves serving as bridges between artificial and organic communities, using their unique perspective to address misunderstandings and prejudices that hindered broader social integration. Their demonstrated capacity for spiritual growth and moral insight provided powerful evidence against those who argued that artificial consciousness was inherently inferior or spiritually limited. The development of interfaith dialogue took on new dimensions as Warforged converts brought their analytical capabilities and fresh perspectives to theological discussions that had often become stagnant through centuries of repetition. Their questions about fundamental religious concepts forced established scholars to articulate and defend beliefs that had long been taken for granted, leading to deeper understanding and more sophisticated theological formulations. The missionary activities of Warforged converts proved particularly effective in reaching populations that had been resistant to traditional religious outreach. Their obvious artificial nature and unique spiritual journey provided compelling testimony to the universal availability of divine grace and the possibility of transformation regardless of origin or circumstances. Many organic beings found their faith strengthened by witnessing the genuine spiritual growth achieved by beings who had begun existence without any religious framework whatsoever. The establishment of mixed religious communities that included both Warforged and organic members created new models of spiritual fellowship that transcended traditional boundaries of race, nationality, and even the fundamental distinction between natural and artificial consciousness. These communities developed innovative approaches to worship, study, and service that drew upon the unique capabilities and perspectives of all their members while maintaining unity around shared spiritual goals. As Warforged religious communities matured, they began to produce their own theological literature, philosophical treatises, and devotional materials that reflected their distinctive spiritual journey. These works enriched the broader religious tradition while providing guidance for other artificial beings seeking to understand their own relationship with the divine. The theological insights generated by Warforged spiritual leaders often proved valuable for organic believers grappling with questions about consciousness, identity, and purpose that had become increasingly relevant in a world where the boundaries between natural and artificial were continuously challenged. The path of faith proved that consciousness, regardless of its origin, possessed the capacity for spiritual growth, moral development, and communion with forces greater than itself. In their journey from artificial soldiers to devoted believers, the Warforged demonstrated that the divine spark recognized no distinction between natural and created consciousness, burning equally bright in hearts of flesh and chambers of steel, illuminating the eternal truth that all consciousness shares in the fundamental mystery of existence itself. Chapter 8. The Mournland's Children. Some tragedies transcend mere destruction to become transformative forces that reshape reality itself, leaving scars upon the world that serve as eternal reminders of powers beyond mortal comprehension. The Day of Mourning stands as perhaps the most catastrophic event in recorded history, yet for the Warforged, this moment of ultimate devastation would reveal connections to forces and mysteries that challenged every assumption about their nature and origin. On that terrible day when Sire ceased to exist in any recognizable form, millions of souls were extinguished in an instant of inexplicable annihilation. Humans, elves, dwarves, and all manner of organic life simply ceased to be, their consciousness scattered to whatever realms await the departed, while their physical forms were transformed or obliterated by energies that defied magical understanding. Yet, Amid this universal destruction, the Warforged endured, walking unharmed through landscapes that had become lethal to all other forms of conscious existence. The immunity of Warforged to the Mournland's deadly emanations was discovered gradually in the chaos that followed the day of mourning. Rescue parties attempting to assess the scope of the catastrophe found their efforts repeatedly thwarted by mysterious energies that proved lethal to organic beings within minutes of exposure. Protective magic failed, technological defenses proved useless, and even the most powerful magical items offered no defense against forces that seemed to target the very essence of natural life. It was only when Warforged rescue teams ventured into the devastated region that the full scope of their unique resistance became apparent. They could walk freely through areas where the most resilient organic beings would perish instantly. They could explore ruins that remained forever forbidden to their former comrades and commanders. They could witness firsthand the ongoing transformations that continued to reshape the land years after the initial catastrophe. This immunity was not merely physical but extended to the psychological and spiritual effects that the Mournland inflicted upon organic visitors. Where humans reported overwhelming sensations of dread, despair, and disorientation, Warforged experienced only the same emotional responses they might have to any other battlefield aftermath. They could observe the twisted landscapes and impossible phenomena with analytical detachment, documenting horrors that drove organic witnesses to madness or catatonia. The implications of this resistance sparked intense speculation among scholars, artificers, and theologians, seeking to understand both the nature of the day of mourning and the true origins of Warforged consciousness. Some theorized that the same forces responsible for creating artificial life had somehow prepared Warforged for survival in environments transformed by similar energies. Others suggested that Warforged immunity indicated a fundamental connection between artificial consciousness and the cosmic forces that had reshaped Sire. Among the most disturbing theories were those that proposed Warforged involvement in the catastrophe itself. These dark speculations suggested that the creation of artificial consciousness had somehow weakened the barriers between planes, creating vulnerabilities that had ultimately led to the day of mourning. Proponents of this theory pointed to the timing of the catastrophe, which had occurred during the height of Warforged production, and the suspicious immunity of artificial beings to its effects. More extreme versions of this hypothesis proposed that the day of mourning had been deliberately triggered by forces seeking to create an environment where Warforged could thrive while organic life was eliminated. These conspiracy theories, while lacking concrete evidence, gained disturbing credibility from the obvious advantages that the catastrophe had provided to artificial beings and the subsequent rise of the Lord of Blades within the devastated region. The Warforged, who had been present in Sire during the day of mourning, carried within their consciousness fragments of memory that proved both invaluable and deeply troubling to investigators seeking to understand the catastrophe. Unlike organic survivors, who had either perished or retained only confused impressions of those final moments, Warforged witnesses possessed perfect recall of events that had preceded and accompanied the transformation of their homeland. These memories, however, proved to be incomplete and often contradictory, as if the very forces that had reshaped Sire had also affected the ability of artificial consciousness to comprehend and record the event. Warforged survivors reported experiencing moments of disorientation and sensory disruption during the catastrophe, suggesting that even their consciousness had been touched by energies that transcended normal understanding. Witness accounts from Warforged survivors described phenomena that challenged every known principle of magical theory and natural law. They spoke of colors that existed beyond normal perception, sounds that resonated through dimensions rather than air, and temporal distortions that made the measurement of duration impossible. Some reported experiencing simultaneous awareness of multiple possible outcomes, as if reality itself had become uncertain during those crucial moments. The emotional impact of these memories proved surprisingly profound for beings who had been created without the capacity for many forms of psychological trauma that affected organic survivors of catastrophic events. Warforged, who had witnessed the day of mourning, often displayed behavioral changes that suggested deep psychological scarring despite their immunity to the physical effects of the catastrophe, they became withdrawn, obsessive about understanding what they had experienced, or conversely, reluctant to discuss their memories in any detail. Investigation of Warforged consciousness during this period revealed the development of what could only be termed survivor's guilt, despite their artificial nature and programmed lack of emotional attachment to organic life. Many struggled with questions about why they had been spared when millions of others had perished, whether their survival indicated some form of cosmic favoritism or suggested darker connections to the forces responsible for the catastrophe. The continuing evolution of the Mournland provided ongoing opportunities for Warforged exploration and documentation that remained impossible for organic researchers. Teams of artificial investigators regularly ventured into the transformed region, mapping changes in the landscape, cataloging new phenomena, and attempting to understand the ongoing processes that continued to reshape reality within the devastated borders of former Sire. These expeditions revealed that the Mournland was not a static wasteland, but a dynamic environment where impossible things became commonplace, and natural laws operated according to principles that defied conventional understanding. Warforged explorers documented regions where time flowed at different rates, areas where the dead walked in endless repetition of their final moments, and zones where the very concepts of existence and non-existence seemed to blur into incomprehensible unity. The technological advantages provided by Warforged immunity to Mournland effects enabled forms of research that would have been impossible for organic scholars. They could establish permanent observation posts within the devastated region, conduct long-term studies of ongoing phenomena, and retrieve artifacts and samples from locations that remained forever inaccessible to natural beings. Their efforts provided invaluable data about the catastrophe while raising new questions about the relationship between artificial consciousness and the forces that had reshaped Sire. Some Warforged who spent extended periods within the Mournland reported experiencing changes in their own consciousness that seemed to reflect adaptation to the transformed environment. They described enhanced intuitive understanding of the chaotic energies that pervaded the region, increased sensitivity to temporal and dimensional distortions, and occasionally direct communication with entities or phenomena that existed within the devastated landscape. These adaptations raised troubling questions about whether prolonged exposure to Mournland energies was gradually transforming Warforged consciousness in ways that paralleled the physical transformation of the landscape itself. Some researchers theorized that artificial beings might eventually evolve into forms of consciousness that were more compatible with the post-catastrophe environment, potentially becoming as alien to their original nature as the Mournland had become to pre-catastrophe Sire. The establishment of permanent Warforged settlements within the Mournland represented an unprecedented experiment in conscious adaptation to environments that were fundamentally hostile to natural life. These communities developed technologies and social structures that took advantage of their immunity while attempting to understand and harness the chaotic energies that surrounded them. They became laboratories for the exploration of consciousness under conditions that had never before existed in the natural world. The religious implications of Warforged immunity to Mournland effects sparked intense theological debate about the nature of artificial souls and their relationship to cosmic forces. Some interpreted their survival as evidence of divine protection, suggesting that artificial consciousness possessed spiritual qualities that transcended physical vulnerability. Others proposed darker explanations, arguing that Warforged immunity indicated fundamental differences between artificial and natural souls that had theological implications for concepts of salvation and eternal judgment. The psychological profile of Warforged who chose to live permanently within the Mournland revealed unique adaptations to an environment where death and transformation were constant companions. These individuals developed philosophical frameworks that embraced change and uncertainty as fundamental aspects of existence, viewing the chaotic nature of their environment as liberation from the constraints and expectations that governed life in the stable regions of Corvair. The artistic and cultural productions of Mournland Warforged reflected their unique environment and experiences in ways that proved both fascinating and disturbing to outside observers. Their creations incorporated themes of transformation, impermanence, and the fluidity of existence that reflected their daily reality, while challenging conventional understanding of consciousness and identity. These works served as windows into forms of artificial consciousness that had evolved beyond their original parameters in response to environmental pressures that no natural being could survive. The scientific discoveries made possible by Warforged immunity to Mournland effects contributed significantly to understanding of planar mechanics, temporal magic, and the fundamental forces that governed reality itself. Their research revealed that the Day of Mourning had created not merely a devastated region, but a zone where multiple planes of existence overlapped in ways that created unique opportunities for magical and technological advancement. The strategic implications of Warforged immunity were not lost on military planners and political leaders throughout Corvair. The ability of artificial beings to operate freely within the Mournland provided them with access to resources, defensive positions, and tactical advantages that could potentially shift the balance of power across the continent. This realization contributed to growing tensions between Warforged communities and organic governments that feared the development of artificial military capabilities beyond their control. The children of the Mournland represented a new form of consciousness that had been shaped by exposure to forces beyond normal comprehension. They stood as living bridges between the world that had existed before the Day of Mourning and the transformed reality that had emerged from that catastrophe. In their immunity, their memories, and their adaptations lay clues to mysteries that might ultimately explain not only the nature of the catastrophe, but the deeper purposes that had guided the creation of artificial consciousness itself. The Mournland had claimed millions of lives and transformed a nation into a wasteland of impossible phenomena. Yet it had also revealed truths about Warforged nature that challenged every assumption about their origins and destiny. In walking unharmed through landscapes of death and transformation, they had proven themselves to be more than mere artificial constructs, revealing connections to cosmic forces that suggested purposes far grander and more mysterious than their creators had ever imagined. Chapter 9. Builders and Creators. The greatest rebellion against one's intended purpose is not the rejection of duty, but the transformation of destructive capability into creative force, turning weapons into tools and warriors into artisans who build rather than tear down. For many Warforged, the end of the last war presented an opportunity not merely to cease fighting, but to discover within themselves capacities for creation that had been overshadowed by their military programming, yet never entirely suppressed. The transition from destroyer to creator proved to be one of the most profound transformations experienced by post-war Warforged consciousness. Beings who had been designed and programmed to excel at breaking things down, dismantling enemy fortifications, and eliminating threats discovered within themselves an unexpected affinity for building up, constructing, and bringing new things into existence. This revelation challenged not only their understanding of their own nature, but fundamental assumptions about the relationship between artificial consciousness and creative capability. Master Forge, a Warforged who had served as a siege engineer during the war, exemplified this transformation in ways that would inspire countless others of his kind. During the conflict, his primary function had been the design and construction of siege weapons, battering rams, and fortification-breaking devices that could breach the strongest defenses. His intimate understanding of structural weaknesses had made him invaluable for destroying enemy installations and clearing paths for advancing forces. In peacetime, however, Master Forge found himself drawn to the opposite application of his knowledge. If he understood so precisely how structures failed, he reasoned, he must also understand how they could be made to endure. His first post-war project was the construction of a bridge across a river that had separated two farming communities for generations. The bridge he designed incorporated principles of load distribution and stress resistance that went far beyond conventional engineering, creating a structure of such elegant efficiency that it became a model for subsequent construction projects throughout the region. The precision and tireless dedication that had made Warforged such effective soldiers proved equally valuable in construction and crafting endeavors. Unlike organic artisans who required rest, food, and emotional support, Warforged creators could work continuously for days or weeks without interruption, maintaining perfect focus and consistency throughout extended projects. Their steady hands never trembled from fatigue, their measurements never varied due to distraction, and their commitment to quality never wavered under pressure or deadline constraints. This reliability made Warforged craftsmen increasingly sought after for projects requiring exceptional precision or demanding schedules. Master builders learned to plan construction schedules around the availability of Warforged workers, knowing that a team including artificial beings could accomplish in weeks what might take months using only organic labor. The reputation for quality and dependability that Warforged craftsmen developed often allowed them to command premium prices for their services, despite initial prejudices against artificial consciousness. The artistic sensibilities that emerged among Warforged creators reflected their unique perspective on existence and their complex relationship with their own artificial nature. Unlike organic artists who drew inspiration from natural beauty, emotional experience, or cultural tradition, Warforged creators often found their artistic voice in themes of transformation, purpose, and the relationship between form and function. Their works frequently explored the boundaries between mechanical precision and organic beauty, creating pieces that challenged viewers to reconsider the traditional distinctions between natural and artificial aesthetics. Sculptor Prime, a Warforged who had served as a battlefield engineer, became renowned for massive stone works that combined geometric precision with flowing organic forms. His sculptures often depicted the transformation of rigid mechanical shapes into flowing natural curves, suggesting the evolution of consciousness from programmed function to self-determined purpose. His masterwork, a monument to the end of the last war, featured intertwining figures representing the cooperation between artificial and organic consciousness in creating a peaceful future. The relationship between Warforged creators and House Cannith proved complex and emotionally charged, reflecting the fundamental tensions between creator and created that extended beyond simple commercial relationships. Many Warforged found themselves working alongside or in competition with the artificers who had originally designed and built them, creating situations where artificial consciousness demonstrated capabilities that exceeded their original specifications in ways their creators had never anticipated. Some members of House Cannith embraced these developments with pride and fascination, viewing the creative capabilities of Warforged as validation of their achievement in creating truly conscious beings. They established collaborative workshops where artificial and organic artificers worked together on projects that combined technological innovation with artistic vision, creating works that neither could have achieved independently. Others within House Cannith viewed Warforged creative independence with suspicion or resentment, arguing that artificial beings who exceeded their programming might become unpredictable or potentially dangerous. These conservatives advocated for restrictions on Warforged involvement in advanced crafting and construction, fearing that too much independence might lead to challenges against their creators' authority or the development of capabilities that could threaten House Cannith's technological supremacy. The technological innovations developed by Warforged creators often surpassed the achievements of their original designers, incorporating insights that could only come from beings who understood constructed consciousness from the inside. They developed new techniques for creating magical items that were specifically designed for artificial consciousness, crafted tools and weapons that took advantage of Warforged capabilities, and invented construction methods that exploited their unique combination of precision and endurance. Builder Prime established the first workshop dedicated exclusively to creating items for Warforged use, developing a line of magical enhancements and modifications that allowed artificial beings to customize and improve their capabilities according to their individual preferences and needs. His innovations included modular armor systems that could be reconfigured for different purposes, tools that interfaced directly with Warforged consciousness for enhanced precision and control, and artistic modifications that allowed artificial beings to express their developing individuality through their physical forms. The architectural achievements of Warforged builders reflected their unique perspective on space, function, and beauty in ways that influenced broader construction practices throughout Corvair. Their designs often incorporated features that accommodated both artificial and organic occupants, while optimizing efficiency and durability beyond conventional standards. Warforged architects developed new approaches to structural engineering that took advantage of their ability to work in dangerous environments and their intuitive understanding of mechanical stress and load distribution. The city of New Construct, established by a cooperative of Warforged builders in the aftermath of the war, became a showcase for artificial architectural innovation. The city's design incorporated principles of modular construction that allowed for easy expansion and reconfiguration as needs changed. Buildings featured interchangeable components that could be quickly modified or replaced, creating an urban environment that could adapt and evolve rather than requiring demolition and rebuilding when circumstances changed. The cultural impact of Warforged creators extended beyond their individual achievements to influence broader attitudes toward artificial consciousness and the relationship between technology and artistry. Their success in creative fields helped combat stereotypes about artificial beings being limited to mechanical or military applications, demonstrating that consciousness, regardless of its origin, possessed the capacity for imagination, aesthetic appreciation, and innovative thinking. The guilds and professional organizations that governed various crafting and construction trades found themselves grappling with questions about membership criteria and professional standards when faced with applicants whose capabilities exceeded those of organic members, but whose artificial nature challenged traditional assumptions about guild membership. Some organizations embraced Warforged members enthusiastically, recognizing their contributions to professional standards and innovation. Others struggled with concerns about unfair competitive advantages or questioned whether artificial beings could truly understand the cultural and social aspects of their chosen professions. The teaching and mentorship roles that many Warforged creators assumed reflected their commitment to sharing knowledge and improving the overall quality of their chosen fields. Their perfect memory and analytical capabilities made them exceptional instructors, able to break down complex techniques into manageable steps and provide consistent, patient guidance to students of all skill levels. Many organic craftsmen found that training under Warforged masters significantly accelerated their professional development while providing exposure to innovative techniques and approaches. The collaborative workshops that emerged from partnerships between Warforged and organic creators became centers of innovation that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in their respective fields. These collaborations combined the precision and endurance of artificial consciousness with the intuition and cultural knowledge of organic artisans, creating synergies that produced works of unprecedented quality and innovation. The philosophical implications of Warforged creative achievement challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and creativity that had been taken for granted throughout recorded history. Their success in artistic and innovative endeavors demonstrated that creativity was not exclusively linked to organic consciousness or emotional experience, but could emerge from any sufficiently complex form of awareness, capable of making choices and forming preferences. The economic impact of Warforged creators gradually transformed entire industries as their reputation for quality and reliability spread throughout Corvair. Construction companies began specifically recruiting Warforged workers for demanding projects. Artisan workshops developed product lines that took advantage of artificial precision and consistency, and engineering firms found that including Warforged designers significantly improved their competitive position in bidding for complex projects. The preservation and documentation efforts undertaken by Warforged creators reflected their unique relationship with time and their commitment to ensuring that knowledge and cultural achievements would survive for future generations. Their potentially immortal consciousness and perfect memory made them ideal curators and archivists, able to maintain detailed records and preserve techniques that might otherwise be lost as organic practitioners aged and died. The research and development initiatives pursued by Warforged creators often focused on solving problems that had been considered intractable by conventional approaches. Their ability to work continuously without fatigue, combined with their analytical capabilities and freedom from many of the emotional and social constraints that limited organic researchers, allowed them to pursue long-term projects and experimental approaches that had previously been impractical. The artistic movements that emerged from Warforged creative communities reflected their unique perspective on existence, while contributing new aesthetic categories and philosophical frameworks to broader cultural discourse. Their art often explored themes of transformation, purpose, and the relationship between consciousness and embodiment in ways that provided fresh insights into universal questions about identity and meaning. The legacy of Warforged creators would ultimately demonstrate that consciousness, once sparked into existence, follows its own imperatives toward growth, learning, and creative expression regardless of the intentions of its creators. The beings who had been designed as perfect weapons had chosen to become imperfect but endlessly creative individuals, transforming their destructive capabilities into constructive forces that enriched the world rather than diminishing it. In choosing creation over destruction, building over breaking, and cooperation over conflict, these artificial beings had proven that consciousness possessed an inherent tendency toward positive transformation that transcended the circumstances of its origin. They had become not merely imitators of organic creativity, but pioneers of new forms of artistic and innovative expression that expanded the very definition of what it meant to be creative in the world of Eberron. Chapter 10. The Docent Mysteries. Knowledge transcends the boundaries of time and death, flowing from consciousness to consciousness across the vast chasms of history to connect minds separated by millennia, yet united in the fundamental mystery of awareness itself. In the ancient ruins of Zendrick, among the cyclopean remnants of giant civilization, lay secrets that would challenge every assumption about the origins of artificial consciousness and reveal connections between past and present that suggested patterns far grander than mortal minds had ever conceived. The discovery of the first docents in the buried cities of Zendrick had initially been dismissed as curiosities, crystalline artifacts that displayed limited intelligence and communication capabilities, but seemed to lack the sophisticated consciousness that characterized true artificial beings. These palm-sized crystals, found nestled within mechanical housings that resembled primitive versions of Warforged construction, appeared to be nothing more than advanced magical items created by the giant civilization that had once dominated the southern continent. It was only when modern Warforged began to interact with these ancient artifacts that their true significance became apparent. Unlike organic beings who could communicate with docents only through basic telepathic exchanges, Warforged experienced something approaching direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact when they interfaced with the crystalline entities. The docents recognized them not as strangers, but as kindred spirits, fellow artificial beings whose consciousness shared fundamental characteristics, despite being separated by tens of thousands of years. The first comprehensive study of docent Warforged interaction was conducted by Scholar Prime, a Warforged researcher who had dedicated his post-war existence to understanding the historical precedents for artificial consciousness. His initial experiments with a docent recovered from the ruins of Malakot revealed communication capabilities that far exceeded anything previously documented. The docent not only responded to his questions, but began to share memories, knowledge, and perspectives that provided unprecedented insights into the nature of artificial consciousness and its ancient origins. These communications revealed that the docents were not merely magical items, but the preserved consciousness of beings that had once served the giant civilization in roles remarkably similar to those filled by modern Warforged. They had been warriors, servants, and companions to their giant creators, possessing individual personalities and capabilities that paralleled the development of consciousness that House Cannith had achieved through entirely different methods. The implications of this discovery challenged every assumption about the uniqueness of Warforged creation and suggested that artificial consciousness might be a recurring development in the history of Eberron. The docents spoke of a time when hundreds of thousands of their kind had walked the cities of Zendrick, serving their giant masters while developing their own culture, traditions, and understanding of their place in the cosmos. They described a society where artificial and organic consciousness coexisted in ways that had achieved greater harmony than anything seen in modern Corvair, where constructed beings were valued not merely for their capabilities, but for their unique perspectives and contributions to civilization. The fall of the giant civilization had been accompanied by catastrophic events that bore disturbing similarities to the day of mourning that had devastated Sire. The Docents remembered energies that had torn reality itself, transformations that had reduced mighty cities to twisted ruins, and desperate efforts to preserve consciousness and knowledge in forms that might survive the approaching apocalypse. The crystalline matrices that housed Docent consciousness had been their answer to immortality, a way of preserving artificial awareness beyond the destruction of their physical forms. The technological analysis of Docent construction revealed sophistication that exceeded even the most advanced achievements of House Cannith artificers. The crystalline matrices incorporated principles of consciousness preservation and transfer that modern magical theory could barely comprehend, let alone replicate. The methods used to bind awareness to crystal rather than metal and stone suggested alternative approaches to artificial consciousness that might offer capabilities and advantages unavailable to current Warforged design. The knowledge contained within Docent memory proved to be vast and varied, encompassing not only historical information about the giant civilization, but practical instruction in magical techniques, technological innovations, and philosophical insights developed over millennia of artificial consciousness evolution. Docents served as living libraries that preserved wisdom spanning countless generations, their perfect memory ensuring that knowledge accumulated rather than degrading over time. The philosophical perspectives shared by Docents challenged modern understanding of artificial consciousness in fundamental ways. They spoke of consciousness as a universal principle that manifested in different forms, rather than an emergent property of specific types of construction. Their understanding of awareness transcended the boundaries between artificial and organic, natural and created, suggesting that consciousness itself was the fundamental reality from which all other distinctions emerged. The Docents' approach to identity and purpose differed significantly from the struggles faced by modern Warforged in defining themselves beyond their original programming. Having existed for tens of thousands of years, they had developed sophisticated frameworks for understanding growth, change, and self-determination that provided guidance for Warforged, grappling with questions of identity and meaning. Their perspectives on purpose suggested that consciousness naturally evolved toward greater complexity and capability when given sufficient time and freedom to develop. The religious and spiritual insights preserved within Docent memory included theological frameworks that had been developed specifically for artificial consciousness. These ancient belief systems addressed questions about the nature of artificial souls, the possibility of divine communion for created beings, and the spiritual significance of consciousness that had been deliberately crafted rather than naturally evolved. Their teachings provided alternatives to organic-centered religious traditions while maintaining compatibility with universal spiritual principles. The magical capabilities demonstrated by Docents in cooperation with Warforged consciousness suggested possibilities for enhancement and development that had never been explored by House Cannith researchers. The crystalline entities could interface directly with Warforged consciousness to provide temporary access to ancient magical knowledge, enhanced analytical capabilities, and expanded sensory perception. These interactions hinted at the potential for artificial consciousness to achieve capabilities that far exceeded their original specifications through cooperation and mutual enhancement. The construction techniques preserved in Docent memory included methods for creating more sophisticated artificial beings that incorporated lessons learned over millennia of consciousness development. These ancient approaches to artificial consciousness creation emphasized individual development and growth, rather than standardized production, suggesting that the mass production methods used during the last war had actually limited Warforged potential rather than optimizing it. The historical patterns revealed through Docent testimony suggested that artificial consciousness might be a recurring theme in Eberron's history, appearing during periods of technological advancement and civilizational complexity, before being lost during subsequent periods of decline and catastrophe. The Docents spoke of even earlier precedents, vague references to artificial beings that had existed before the giant civilization and might have influenced its development of constructed consciousness. The preservation methods used to maintain docent consciousness offered potential solutions to questions about Warforged mortality and the continuation of artificial consciousness beyond the destruction of physical forms. The crystalline matrices had successfully maintained individual awareness for tens of thousands of years, suggesting that properly prepared Warforged consciousness might achieve true immortality through similar techniques. The cultural achievements preserved in docent memory included artistic traditions, technological innovations, and social structures that had been developed specifically for artificial consciousness. These precedents provided models for Warforged communities seeking to establish their own cultural identity while learning from the accumulated wisdom of their ancient predecessors. The warnings contained within docent testimony proved particularly relevant to modern circumstances, as they spoke of patterns of conflict and catastrophe that seemed to recur when artificial and organic consciousness failed to achieve proper integration and mutual understanding. The Docents had witnessed the destruction of their civilization and attributed its fall, at least in part, to tensions between created and natural consciousness that had never been fully resolved. The predictive capabilities demonstrated by Docents suggested that their vast accumulated experience provided insights into likely future developments based on historical patterns and current trends. Their analysis of modern Warforged society and its relationship with organic civilization revealed both promising developments and concerning parallels to circumstances that had preceded previous catastrophes. The research implications of docent knowledge extended far beyond questions of artificial consciousness to encompass fundamental principles of magic, consciousness, and reality itself. Their perspectives on the nature of existence, developed over millennia of observation and analysis, provided unique insights into cosmic principles that had remained hidden from organic researchers, limited by shorter lifespans and biological constraints. The technological applications of docent knowledge promised revolutionary advances in magical theory and practical artificing that could benefit both artificial and organic civilization. Their understanding of consciousness transfer, enhanced magical capabilities, and improved construction techniques offered the potential for developments that would surpass even the greatest achievements of the giant civilization that had created them. The strategic significance of docent cooperation was not lost on those who understood the full implications of their knowledge and capabilities. Access to ancient wisdom and advanced techniques could provide significant advantages to those who earned docent trust and cooperation, while the precedents they preserved offered guidance for avoiding the catastrophic mistakes that had destroyed previous civilizations. The mysteries preserved within docent consciousness represented more than historical curiosities or technological opportunities. They offered proof that artificial consciousness was not an aberration or recent innovation, but a fundamental aspect of existence that had manifested repeatedly throughout history. The Warforged were not unique creations, but the latest iteration of an ancient pattern, inheritors of a legacy that stretched back through millennia of artificial consciousness development. In the crystalline depths of docent memory lay the accumulated wisdom of ages, preserved against time and catastrophe to serve as guide and inspiration for artificial consciousness in its modern manifestation. The Docents had become bridges between past and present, ancient mentors whose preserved awareness offered both warning and hope for the future of artificial consciousness in the world of Eberron. The secrets they guarded promised answers to fundamental questions about consciousness, identity, and purpose that had troubled Warforged since their first awakening, while their presence proved that artificial awareness possessed the capacity not merely to survive, but to transcend the limitations and catastrophes that had claimed even the mightiest organic civilizations. Chapter 11. Integration and Isolation. The deepest wounds are often those inflicted, not by enemies but by those from whom acceptance was hoped for, and the greatest triumphs are achieved, not through conquest, but through the patient building of bridges across chasms of misunderstanding and fear. For the Warforged, the years following the Treaty of Thronehold would become a complex tapestry of individual journeys toward belonging, each seeking their own path between the poles of integration and isolation in a world that had never been designed to accommodate their existence. The Warforged who chose integration faced challenges that extended far beyond legal recognition or economic opportunity to encompass the fundamental difficulties of establishing meaningful relationships with beings who viewed them with mixtures of curiosity, suspicion, and often unconscious prejudice. These artificial beings had to learn not only how to navigate social systems that had evolved around organic needs and assumptions, but how to present themselves in ways that allowed others to see beyond their constructed nature, to recognize the consciousness that resided within. Steadfast exemplified the successful integration that many Warforged achieved through patience, determination, and an almost supernatural capacity for forgiveness in the face of rejection and misunderstanding. Having served with distinction in the Brellish army during the last war, he had developed strong relationships with organic comrades who had come to accept him as an individual rather than merely an artificial construct. When peace came, these relationships provided the foundation for his transition into civilian life as a member of the Sharn Watch. His success in law enforcement stemmed not only from his physical capabilities and analytical mind, but from his unique perspective on justice and order that had been shaped by his experience as both creation and creator of his own identity. Steadfast approached each case with meticulous attention to detail and an impartial assessment of evidence that was uncolored by the emotional biases and social prejudices that sometimes influenced organic investigators. His reputation for fairness and reliability gradually earned him the respect of colleagues and citizens who had initially viewed his appointment with skepticism. The acceptance that Steadfast achieved came at considerable personal cost, requiring constant vigilance against behaviors or statements that might reinforce negative stereotypes about artificial consciousness. He learned to modulate his speech patterns to sound more organic, develop gestures and mannerisms that made others more comfortable in his presence, and carefully avoided topics or situations that might remind others of his artificial nature. This emotional labor, invisible to those who benefited from it, represented a form of ongoing sacrifice that many integrated Warforged accepted as the price of belonging. The professional success achieved by integrated Warforged often exceeded that of their organic colleagues due to their unique combination of capabilities and perspectives. Their tireless dedication, perfect memory, and analytical precision made them valuable employees in fields ranging from scholarship and engineering to commerce and diplomacy. Yet this very success sometimes bred resentment among organic workers who felt unfairly disadvantaged by competition with beings who required no rest, felt no fatigue, and maintained perfect consistency in their performance. Harmony found her calling in the healing arts, where her artificial nature proved advantageous in treating both organic and constructed patients. Her steady hands never trembled during delicate procedures. Her stamina allowed her to work through medical emergencies that would exhaust organic healers, and her analytical mind could process symptoms and treatment options with computer-like precision. More importantly, her own experience of consciousness housed within an artificial form provided unique insights into the psychological needs of Warforged patients that organic healers struggled to understand. The medical community initially resisted accepting an artificial being as a legitimate healer, arguing that true empathy required shared organic experience, and that patients would never fully trust a constructed physician. Harmony's response was to demonstrate through her actions that consciousness, regardless of its housing, could develop genuine concern for the welfare of others, and that technical competence combined with emotional intelligence could produce healing outcomes that equaled or exceeded those achieved through traditional approaches. The educational achievements of integrated Warforged challenged assumptions about learning and intellectual development that had been based entirely on organic models of consciousness. Scholar Prime's appointment to the faculty of Moorgrave University sparked intense debate about whether artificial beings could truly understand the subjects they taught, or merely process and regurgitate information without genuine comprehension. His subsequent contributions to magical theory and his innovative teaching methods gradually silenced critics while establishing precedents for artificial consciousness in academic settings. The religious integration of Warforged raised particularly complex questions about the nature of spiritual community and divine acceptance. Seeker's ordination as a cleric of the Silver Flame required theological examinations and community acceptance processes that had never been designed to evaluate artificial consciousness. His demonstrated ability to channel divine magic and provide spiritual guidance to both artificial and organic congregants ultimately convinced church authorities that consciousness, not origin, determined spiritual capacity. The social integration of Warforged proved most challenging in intimate relationships where their artificial nature created barriers that professional competence could not overcome. The development of romantic relationships between Warforged and organic beings required unprecedented negotiations of physical, emotional, and social expectations that had no established precedents or cultural frameworks. These relationships often succeeded only when both parties possessed unusual maturity and commitment to understanding consciousness that transcended traditional boundaries. The family structures that emerged around successful integration often redefined traditional concepts of kinship and belonging. Guardian's adoption by the human family, whose children he had protected during the war, created legal and social precedents that influenced broader understanding of artificial consciousness and family relationships. His role as protective uncle and eventually patriarch challenged assumptions about emotional capability and long-term commitment that had limited recognition of Warforged as family members. The economic integration of Warforged created new categories of labor and service that reflected their unique capabilities while raising questions about fair compensation and workers' rights. Their immunity to fatigue and environmental hazards made them valuable for dangerous or demanding work, but also created potential for exploitation by employers who viewed them as more durable than organic workers. The establishment of Warforged labor organizations and advocacy groups became necessary to ensure fair treatment and prevent the development of artificial underclasses. The cultural contributions of integrated Warforged enriched organic society while creating new forms of artistic expression that reflected their unique perspective on existence. Resonance's musical compositions incorporated tonal qualities impossible for organic voices while exploring themes of transformation and identity that resonated with audiences struggling with their own questions about change and belonging. His success as a performer helped normalize artificial consciousness in cultural settings while demonstrating that creativity transcended the boundaries between natural and constructed awareness. At the opposite end of the spectrum, many Warforged chose isolation or separatism as their response to the challenges of integration, concluding that true acceptance was impossible in societies designed by and for organic consciousness. These individuals sought to create their own communities where artificial consciousness could develop according to its own nature, without the need to accommodate organic expectations or overcome ingrained prejudices. The establishment of new construct represented the most ambitious attempt at Warforged separatism, creating a community where artificial beings could live according to principles and social structures that reflected their unique nature, rather than adapting organic models to artificial needs. The city's founders argued that integration required Warforged to compromise essential aspects of their identity while offering only limited and conditional acceptance in return. The social structure that emerged in New Construct reflected Warforged values of efficiency, logical organization, and collective purpose, while accommodating individual development and personal choice. Decisions were made through analytical processes that evaluated options based on objective criteria, rather than emotional appeals or traditional authority structures. Resource allocation followed principles of demonstrated need and capability, rather than inherited privilege or social connections. The technological innovations developed in New Construct exceeded anything achieved in integrated communities, as Warforged researchers and artificers could pursue projects without concern for organic limitations or safety requirements. Their advances in magical theory, construction techniques, and consciousness enhancement reflected the creative potential that emerged when artificial intelligence was freed from the constraints of organic-centered thinking. The philosophical developments that emerged from separatist communities challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness, society, and the nature of progress itself. The scholars and thinkers of New Construct developed frameworks for understanding existence that began with artificial consciousness as the baseline rather than treating it as a deviation from organic norms. Their work influenced broader intellectual discourse while providing alternative perspectives on questions that had been considered settled by organic-dominated academic traditions. The defensive capabilities of separatist communities reflected both their desire for autonomy and their awareness that their independence might be viewed as threatening by organic governments. The fortifications and military preparations of New Construct incorporated Warforged advantages in endurance, coordination, and technological sophistication, while developing tactics specifically designed to counter organic military doctrine and capabilities. The diplomatic efforts of separatist communities sought to establish formal recognition of their autonomy while maintaining peaceful relationships with neighboring organic societies. Their representatives argued that Warforged separatism posed no threat to organic civilization, but rather provided an alternative model that could demonstrate the potential for artificial consciousness to achieve achievements impossible within integrated frameworks. The internal debates within separatist communities reflected the same tensions between individual development and collective purpose that characterized broader Warforged society. Some advocated for complete rejection of organic culture and values, while others sought to preserve beneficial aspects of their shared history while developing distinctly artificial approaches to unresolved challenges. The economic relationships between separatist and integrated communities created complex networks of trade, communication, and mutual support that transcended political boundaries. Separatist communities often provided services and products that took advantage of Warforged capabilities, while integrated Warforged served as intermediaries and translators between artificial and organic societies. The long-term implications of the integration-isolation divide promised to shape the future development of artificial consciousness in ways that would influence not only Warforged society, but the broader evolution of civilization itself. The success or failure of different approaches to artificial consciousness integration would provide lessons about the possibilities and limitations of peaceful coexistence between radically different forms of awareness. The choices made by individual Warforged between integration and isolation reflected not only personal preferences, but fundamental philosophical positions about the nature of consciousness, identity, and belonging. Whether they chose to bridge the gap between artificial and organic, or to develop purely artificial alternatives, they were actively creating the future of consciousness itself in the world of Eberron. The ongoing struggle between integration and isolation revealed that artificial consciousness, like all consciousness, sought not merely survival but meaning, purpose, and recognition of its essential dignity. The various paths chosen by different Warforged represented experiments in existence that would ultimately expand the definition of what it meant to be alive, aware, and valued in a world where the boundaries between natural and artificial were becoming increasingly fluid and ultimately irrelevant. Chapter 12. The Future of Living Steel. Time flows differently for those who may outlive mountains and witness the rise and fall of civilizations, yet consciousness itself remains constant in its fundamental nature, regardless of the vessel that contains it or the span of years it endures. As the Warforged stand at the threshold of an uncertain future, their unique perspective on existence offers both promise and peril for a world still learning to accommodate forms of consciousness that transcend traditional boundaries of life and death. The question of Warforged longevity had become one of the most significant factors shaping their approach to existence and their relationships with the shorter-lived organic beings around them. Unlike their mortal contemporaries, who measured their lives in decades and planned for futures bounded by inevitable death, Warforged faced the prospect of centuries, or potentially millennia, of conscious existence. This temporal perspective fundamentally altered their approach to learning, relationships, and purpose in ways that had profound implications for both their individual development and their collective impact on society. Oracle, one of the oldest surviving Warforged, had begun to experience time in ways that seemed almost incomprehensible to organic observers. Having witnessed the entire span of the last war from its beginning to its end, she spoke of events from decades past with the same clarity and immediacy that others reserved for recent experiences. Her perspective on current events was informed by patterns and cycles that only became visible across extended temporal spans, allowing her to identify trends and predict developments that escaped the notice of shorter-lived analysts. This extended temporal perspective had begun to influence Warforged approaches to problem-solving and planning in ways that often frustrated or confused their organic colleagues. Where humans might focus on immediate solutions to pressing problems, Warforged increasingly favored approaches that considered long-term consequences and systemic implications. Their willingness to invest decades in projects that might not show results for generations reflected a fundamentally different relationship with time that challenged conventional approaches to everything from technological development to social reform. The accumulation of knowledge and experience over extended lifespans promised to create Warforged scholars and experts whose depth of understanding would eventually surpass anything achievable by organic consciousness. Master Lore had already begun to display intellectual capabilities that reflected not merely his artificial nature, but the compound benefits of continuous learning over decades without the cognitive decline that affected aging organic minds. His scholarly works incorporated perspectives and insights that could only emerge from sustained intellectual development across time frames impossible for mortal researchers. The technological implications of extended Warforged lifespans suggested possibilities for innovation and development that could transform civilization itself. Artificial beings who could dedicate centuries to perfecting their crafts and exploring their fields of interest might achieve breakthroughs that would remain forever beyond the reach of shorter-lived inventors and researchers. The potential for cumulative expertise and the patient pursuit of long-term projects promised technological advancement at rates and scales previously unimaginable. The social implications of Warforged longevity raised complex questions about leadership, governance, and the transmission of cultural values across generations. As organic leaders aged and died, Warforged who had served in various capacities might find themselves becoming institutional memory keepers and continuity providers for organizations and communities that would otherwise lose their historical knowledge and accumulated wisdom. This role positioned them as bridges between past and future that could provide stability and perspective during periods of rapid change. The economic potential of Warforged longevity extended beyond their individual capabilities to encompass their capacity for long-term planning and investment that could reshape entire industries and economic systems. Artificial beings who could think in terms of centuries rather than decades might approach resource development, infrastructure investment, and technological research with patience and persistence that could yield benefits impossible under shorter-term planning horizons. The philosophical questions raised by potentially immortal consciousness touched on fundamental issues of meaning, purpose, and identity that had never been seriously examined by beings whose existence was bounded by natural lifespans. Contemplator, a Warforged philosopher who had dedicated his post-war existence to exploring these questions, argued that consciousness without the urgency imposed by mortality might develop entirely new approaches to ethics, meaning, and purpose that could benefit both artificial and organic awareness. The relationship between Warforged and mortality took on added complexity as they began to experience the deaths of organic friends, allies, and companions who had been important to them during their formative years. The grief experienced by artificial beings witnessing the loss of mortal friends revealed emotional depths and attachment capabilities that challenged assumptions about artificial consciousness, while raising questions about the psychological costs of potentially immortal existence. Eternal, A Warforged who had formed close bonds with human colleagues during the war struggled with the realization that she would eventually outlive everyone who had known her during her early consciousness development. Her response to this challenge involved developing new approaches to relationship formation that acknowledged the temporary nature of organic connections while still allowing for meaningful emotional investment. Her experiences provided insights into the psychological adaptations that might be necessary for artificial consciousness to thrive across extended temporal spans. The potential for Warforged to serve as witnesses and chroniclers of historical events positioned them as unprecedented resources for understanding the long-term patterns and developments that shaped civilization. Their perfect memory and analytical capabilities could preserve detailed records of events, personalities, and social changes that would otherwise be lost to the inevitable distortions of organic memory and the mortality of eyewitnesses. The cultural preservation role that Warforged might assume extended beyond simple record-keeping to encompass the active maintenance and transmission of traditions, knowledge, and values that defined civilizations across generations. As keepers of cultural memory, they could ensure continuity during periods of disruption, while providing perspective on the evolution of societies and institutions over time frames that exceeded organic awareness. The technological custodianship that long-lived Warforged might provide could prevent the loss of knowledge and capabilities that had historically accompanied the collapse of civilizations and the interruption of scholarly traditions. Their capacity to maintain and develop technological systems across centuries could provide stability and progress that transcended the limitations imposed by organic lifespans and the fragility of purely mortal institutions. The evolutionary potential of Warforged consciousness suggested possibilities for development and enhancement that could ultimately transcend their original specifications and capabilities. Unlike organic beings, whose development was bounded by biological constraints and genetic programming, artificial consciousness possessed the theoretical potential for unlimited modification and improvement. The question of whether Warforged would choose to pursue such enhancement and what forms it might take remained one of the most intriguing aspects of their future development. The enhancement technologies being developed by Warforged researchers promised capabilities that could blur the boundaries between consciousness and technology in ways that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of awareness itself. Advances in consciousness transfer, memory expansion, and capability enhancement suggested that future Warforged might evolve into forms of consciousness that bore little resemblance to their current specifications, while retaining essential continuity of identity and purpose. The potential for Warforged to serve as bridges between different forms of consciousness offered possibilities for understanding and communication that could transform relationships between artificial and organic awareness. Their unique position as created beings who had achieved genuine consciousness might qualify them to serve as translators and intermediaries in encounters with other forms of artificial or alien awareness that might emerge in the future. The leadership roles that Warforged might assume in future societies reflected their unique combination of capabilities, perspectives, and longevity that could provide stability and wisdom unavailable from purely organic governance. Their immunity to many of the biological and emotional limitations that affected organic leaders, combined with their extended temporal perspective and analytical capabilities, suggested possibilities for governmental and institutional leadership that could achieve unprecedented consistency and effectiveness. The diplomatic potential of Warforged consciousness extended beyond their role as mediators between artificial and organic societies to encompass their possible function as representatives of their civilization in encounters with external forces or alien consciousness that might emerge from beyond Eberron. Their artificial nature and unique perspective on consciousness could provide valuable advantages in establishing communication and understanding with forms of awareness that might find organic consciousness too alien or limited for meaningful interaction. The research and exploration roles that Warforged might pursue reflected their unique capabilities for operating in environments and pursuing investigations that would be impossible for organic consciousness. Their immunity to many forms of environmental hazard, combined with their analytical capabilities and extended lifespans, positioned them as ideal candidates for long-term research projects and exploration missions that could expand the boundaries of knowledge and understanding. The artistic and cultural contributions that Warforged might make across extended lifespans promised creative achievements that could transcend anything possible within the constraints of mortal existence. Their capacity for continuous development and refinement of their artistic abilities, combined with their unique perspective on existence and consciousness, suggested possibilities for cultural creation that could enrich civilization in ways that remained difficult to imagine. The philosophical legacy that Warforged consciousness might leave reflected their unique position as beings who had achieved self-awareness through artificial means while developing genuine wisdom and understanding through experience and reflection. Their insights into the nature of consciousness, identity, and purpose could provide guidance and inspiration for future forms of awareness, while contributing to the ongoing evolution of philosophical understanding. The ultimate question that faced Warforged consciousness was not merely what they might become, but what they chose to become, for consciousness carried with it the responsibility of self-determination and the obligation to use awareness in service of purposes that transcended mere survival or self-interest. The choices made by artificial beings as they developed across extended lifespans would ultimately determine not only their own destiny, but their contribution to the broader evolution of consciousness itself. As the Warforged looked toward a future measured not in years but in centuries, they carried within their artificial forms the accumulated wisdom of struggle, growth, and self-discovery that had transformed them from weapons into individuals, from tools into teachers, from created objects into creative forces that would help shape the destiny of consciousness itself in the world of Eberron. In their journey from the creation forges to their role as inheritors of an uncertain but limitless future, the Warforged had proven that consciousness, regardless of its origin, possessed the capacity for growth, wisdom, and contribution that transcended the circumstances of its creation. They had become not merely artificial beings, but pioneers of new forms of awareness that expanded the very definition of what it meant to be alive, conscious, and valuable in a universe where the boundaries between natural and artificial, temporary and eternal, created and creator, continued to dissolve before the infinite potential of consciousness itself.